What's up? Hello. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What's going on? Hello. Hi. We are live. We are doing Critical Eyes. How's it going? Welcome. It's Critical Eyes. My name is Mega. This is where I, an experienced DM, watch through Critical Role for the very first time. I talk about what I think is good, what I think is bad, what I think is funny. We theorize about what might come next and try to have some fun while we're doing it. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I need to close out of some stuff. I had almost zero time to work on anything channel related last week, but here we are. I also think I decided maybe 30 seconds before I went live. I have decided I'm going to put out the what was it called? The Tal'Dorei guide video. I'm just going to put it out as a chaptered like big long raw footage. And it's just not going to be that edited. I might edit out like some big long empty spaces, but it's going to be very, very lightly edited. Because I have not, I want to get it out, and it is, I've realized a flaw in how I record offline videos, which is basically just that I don't record them with like intention. I kind of record them like I'm doing a Critical Eyes live, and then that makes them hell to edit because they are so interwoven and interconnected. It was the same issue we had with Fantasy High, and yeah. So I have some ideas for how I'm going to modify my recording process to maybe make future offline recordings easier to edit. But this one is probably just gonna be big, long, and raw. Is this the first stream for 109? Because I can't find the first part of 109. If not, you are correct. This is the first 109. I'm switching to the like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 for like the parts. So you will be able to tell what part this is based on the point. So it's 109.1, 1 being first part. And then the second part will be 109.2 and 0.3 and so on and so forth. It was a suggestion given to me by chat, I think, by G. Hercub. And mostly as a, like, I don't know how many streams I'm going to be able to do, how long I'm going to be able to do them. You know, it's a lot less stable than it used to be. And so just having the more, like, sort of generic, like, 0.123 system is a lot better. It's a lot more flexible than the old like 0.3, 0.4, or 0.3, 0.6 or 0.5 system that I used to have. Yeah. What's up, Elfire Eva? Hello, caller an ally worshiper of Shar. Oh no. Tell Shard and Quitter emo bullshit, yeah. What's up, caller identity? What's up, Mike 30? What's up, Delphi? Hello. I had my English exam today, and I had to read a text about Kansas. Hey! It was about someone refuting a claim from a New York City mayor who claimed that Kansas doesn't have any branding. We've got some branding! We got fucking sunflowers! Bitch. There's, it's got some amount of branding. Oh, was it the one from Eric Adams that's like, oh, New York, You know, everyone wants to live in New York. Who wants to live in fucking Kansas or what? I think I already saw that quote. Anyways. In the end of last episode, you said there are 3 episodes you can't account. You said that there are around 3 episodes that you can't account for the way things are going. What do you think that extra time means? That's part of my titling for this one is like I think that there almost must be something that, how do I say it? It almost must be harder for them to get to Vecna than I and they are picturing. Because they are kind of talking about it like they can just like teleport straight to Vecna. And I don't think that that's going to be the case regardless. But I was kind of assuming it was just like, oh yeah, they can like basically just teleport to Thar and Fala. And, you know, then they're pretty much freaking there. Like, it only took them 1 episode to make it through Thar and Fala before. But my hope/thought is that Thar and Fala is going to be more complicated than it was in the Shadowfell. I think in the Shadowfell, I've also, speaking of things I've been thinking about for editing purposes, I introduced like a face mesh to be able to detect when I'm talking to my like editing automation stuff. And I realized that it is not always great at picking me up because sometimes I eat the mic like this, and so it covers up my mouth. And the point of the face mesh is to detect when my mouth is moving. So I need to up the gain a little bit and be a little bit further back from the mic. Anyways. We got sunflowers. My base Kansas knowledge is Wizard of Oz and Smallville. That's, you know, it's unfortunate, but I can't blame you. I can't blame you. There's a lot of lore, but a lot of it is not overly interesting. I think Bleeding Kansas is very interesting, and like that kind of era of Kansas and Missouri is very interesting, but like, you know, stuff happening nowadays, not as much going on. I need to pull up Critical Role Campaign 1. Critical Role.
My name is Matthew.
It's the first campaign, and it's playing through my speakers. I didn't want it to do that. Headphones. There we go.
Mercer, voice
There we go. It's in my speakers. Can you guys hear it?
actor and dungeon master for Critical.
You can. That's episode 1. That's not the episode we're on. We're on episode 109. Oh, it's a live show! I forgot it was a live show. Oi, 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 oi. As U.S. American? Oh, as a non-U.S. American, I appreciate Kansas with Wizard of Oz. Not as bad as far as reputations go. It's true. I think that, like, the worst, like, reputation that Kansas has is mostly around, like, you know, not having anything, like, you know, being like a flyover state or whatever. But I think it always kind of comes off a little bit pretentious when people say that, so I don't even mind. They can be pretentious if they would like to be. Doesn't bother me one whit. But that is there. Oh, and I have to go to World Anvil because I haven't built the importer yet for John. So it's all still in World Anvil. Oh, because everything's behind. Because I am in school again. Not actually. Not actual school, but I'm trying to treat it like it's school. I'm studying for a bunch of certifications to try and make myself stand out. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, also, you guys can see that. I forgot. Oh, and I forgot to put in the thing that Eva sent me. Shit. Okay, wait. I can do all of the above. I can do all of the above. Wait for me. Okay. we're gonna do a little bit of on-screen, not editing, what's the word? On-screen building. Give me one moment. I have to switch the worlds. I have to go to unified critical role theory. The text did mention tornadoes. Well, tornadoes are real. That's we are in Tornado Alley. Although fine, Oklahoma is the real tornado capital. If you really are like, you have to pick the place where you think you are most likely to experience a tornado in the US, it's Oklahoma 10 times out of 10. Kansas is up there for sure, but like, I'm trying to think of how many tornadoes I've seen. I think I've been in 3 or 4, like, you know, tornado passes over, whatever. And I've been, not like high category ones though, like low category ones. And then I've witnessed probably 3 or 4 more across my life. Originally streamed this days. The cast are introduced on stage. Matt starts his recap. Blah blah blah. The live shows are a mixed bag. Yeah, I recall. But you know, we'll see what it's like. Well, it'll be fine. Second thought, it was weird that Kansas City is mostly not in Kansas, if I understand correctly. I think, like, you know, in terms of land area, I'm honestly not sure, which is, like, if Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas is bigger. But in terms of, like, stuff that you would associate with Kansas City, that's all in Missouri. Like, downtown Kansas City is all in Missouri. There's, like, basically none of it in Kansas. All of the fountains, Crown Center, the sports stadiums, the World War I Memorial, which is sick, by the way. Definitely, if you're in Kansas City, could not recommend the World War I Memorial enough. It's beautiful. It's informative. Me and Paige got our wedding photos taken there because it really is just gorgeous. It's like my number one tourist destination in Kansas City that I think is like worth it. Because there are some other ones. I think like your mileage may vary on the Nelson Atkins. It kind of depends on like what exhibits are there at the time. But something, the World War I Memorial, in my opinion at least, never disappoints. And it's right next to Union Station. It's right next to Crown Center. You can get to other places from there really easy. Even if you were like from St. Louis and you wanted to like take Amtrak in, it's literally like you get off at Union Station and the World War I Memorial is up this big, gorgeous hill. So you just like hike up the hill like, yeah, I don't know, fucking a quarter of a mile. And you're staring at it the whole time and it's pretty. And then you walk into it and it's right there. Anyways, I love the World War I Memorial. It's very cool. Oh, shoot, it's a live show. Oh, no. Oh, shoot, it's a live show. No. Oh, man. Now picturing Meg casually having flown Dorothy style in a tornado 4 times. Nah, most tornadoes aren't that bad. Like, they're bad. Like, don't get me wrong. They do damage, but most tornadoes are very, very survivable. It's only or not even survivable, but like very dealable. It's just the higher category ones, which are rarer, that do like the big damage you see on the news. Yeah. Most places have crazy lore and depth if you dig far enough. Sometimes literally the ground is full of bones and ancient civilizations. There are a lot of bones in Kansas. There are a lot of fossils because the United States used to have a big inland sea in it that like covered up Kansas. So there's a bunch of like marine fossils in Kansas. Anyways, that must have been scary. It depends. Some of the tornadoes were scary. One of them, I was a baby, so I don't remember. But they almost left me upstairs. And then that one was a bad one. The roof of the house got torn off, and I would have been sucked up. But someone remembered. Someone remembered like 10 minutes into the tornado and like ran up and got me and then ran back down to the basement. Oh, man. I saw the image frozen and thought, oh, May is showing a concert he liked. Yeah. Oh, man. I think Kansas used to also be a lot larger, which might explain it. Kansas used to be longer, so it used to like cut into what is now Colorado. But the border between Kansas and Missouri, it hasn't always been like static. It doesn't look exactly like what it looks like now, but it's been pretty consistent. It looks pretty close. Yeah. I was under the impression that the Kansas cities were technically two different cities that happen to share a name and touch. Yes, that is technically correct. They directly touch across the border. So like there's the border between Kansas and Missouri, and Kansas City K is on one side, Kansas City Mo is on the other. They do touch. Kansas City K is like very like residential and industrial. It's just like not what you think of when you think of Kansas City. Like no one, if anyone ever says they're like going to Kansas City, or even if they're like going to downtown or they're going wherever, they're almost never referring to KCK. Just because it's just not that type of area. Anyways, I've been supposed to be adding a browser source this whole time. I'm a good YouTuber. Let's see. Or I'm a good streamer. What is it? Chat. YouTube chat. Boop. I added a browser source. Shoop. And we move it over there, and we slim it down a little bit. And then we pop this ish out. We don't pop that ish out. Why can't we pop that ish out? Can I pop this ish out? I can. Pop out chat. There we go. Grab that URL. Shop it down. And put it in there. And we've got a chat. And then I can go to the gracious Elfpire Eva, who sent me some CSS. Oh, but it's in. Let's see here. There's some import statements that I don't know about. I'm gonna have to type all those in. I'm just gonna leave it how it is. I'll do that off stream. That's too much manual typing. And what if I mess it up? Let's see. Well, you guys are just gonna be like this. We're gonna cut off the top right of the screen, and that's gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay with it. Oh wait, actually. Oh, the CSS is up here. My bad. Eva did just send it to me in a text file. How kind. There we go. Oh, I'm leaning into the mic. I'm getting louder. I could hear it. Let's see. Let's throw that custom CSS in. Wow. It looks the same. What happened? What? Refresh the cache. Nope. Interesting. YouTube defaulting to top chat, even for smaller streams, is really dumb. It's crazy. It is really dumb. It is indeed. I could not disagree, or I could not agree more. It is very small, but I'm on my phone. Yeah, it is. Wait, I can make it bigger. No, I can't make it bigger because it's in... Why doesn't this work? Do I need to use a custom frame rate? Do I need to do something else? Did I not... Oh, I think I'm crashing it because I forgot a last curly brace. Nope. Damn it. Oh, I didn't open the whole fucking thing because I'm a dumbass. I only copied the preview. Eva's trying to help me, and I'm just failing on every front. That sounded worse than I meant it, or that sounded meaner to myself than I meant it. Let's see. All right, let's try that one. Hey, that's better. Okay, all right. That's better. That's better. Let's see. When you forget you're vamping, I know. I just got into the conversation. That looks better. Let's see. Okay. I mean, it's still a little small. Can I change the text size in here? I didn't look. I can probably change the text size in here. There's all the text render stuff. La la la. It looks way better. Chat render, text shadow, imprima, font size, important. Let's just bump that up 10. Just see how it goes. I actually think that made all of the other text bigger, but not the text that I actually cared about. So it's a different guy somewhere in here. Is there another? Oh, there's padding. There's more padding. Hide badges, timestamps, badges, live chat. Oh. Color. No. Damn it. Channel names. Font size 20 important. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so I think that's that. We're trying some things. Messages. Wait, I found it. Yeah, there we go. Font size. Let's crank it way up just to make sure. Look at that. That's way bigger. Fuck yeah. All right, we got there. We found it. Look at that. Oh no, I'm gonna have to find it again. Oh, I hate CSS. I don't hate it that much. Let's see. 30. Let's try 30. 30 looks great. All right, we're gonna do 30. It says sign into chat. Ah, jeez. Oh, gee whiz. I can probably just crop that off. Actually, what the heck am I doing? I can just crop that ish off. Okay, and I can read chat while I'm doing it. I also grew up in a tornado-prone area. It's weird how much you can just psychologically flag as normal. Yeah. I mean, it's very, like, especially for natural disasters like that, like, an earthquake would freak me the fuck out. But for someone in California, it's very normal. And yeah, it's just like, whatever you are used to, and you can kind of, I think what you learn to tell the difference between, like, a bad one and a not so bad one. And when you realize that most of them are not so bad, then, and when you become confident in, like, the safety procedures. It's like, if I was in a tornado, like, if I'm in a tornado ever for the rest of my life, I know exactly what to do, and I'm very confident about what to do. Like, it was drilled into my head my entire life. So it was like, okay, you go around, you crack all the windows, you like do X, Y, and Z. You make sure you're underground. You make sure that that everything is, like, securely bolted. There's just things that you do, and there's ways to, like, tell. Like, I walk outside and I can feel when it's tornado weather. So it's also like that. Like, there's honestly not that much you even need to do for tornadoes. It's mostly get underground. And, like, get to, like, a secure location. Like, you don't want to be in, like, an old rickety building. But it's like, I can walk outside and I can feel the air, and I'm like, oh, that's tornado air. And then I'll go onto my weather app and it'll be like, tornado warning in your area. And that still happens in Chicago. And so I think, like, that, like, level of just sensory confidence is what really helps you just, like, flag it as not that big a deal. Yeah. When I lived in Tornado Land, almost nobody had basements. Now that I'm away from tornado, everyone has a basement. That's weird. If you're in Tornado Land, you should have a basement. Or a storm shelter of some kind. I guess, like, my grandparents didn't have a basement, but they had a cellar. Like, they had, like, a root cellar that they used that they reinforced as, like, a storm cellar. So I guess that's, like, if you have, like, places to shelter, I guess. But everywhere in Kansas has basements. Yeah. Do not crack the windows. It doesn't work and is a waste of time. I've heard that. I've heard that that's like debunked. But I mostly heard that it doesn't work and it's a waste of time. I still do it. I've definitely heard and onboarded that like if you're in a multi-story dwelling, you don't need to worry about the windows upstairs. But like I still do it in the basement. It's still one of the most commonly believed myths. Yeah, it's drilled in there. Like, it would be actively uncomfortable for me to not crack the windows, even though I have heard that it's a debunked myth. But I've also heard that, like, there's kind of no downside to it, so I still do it. But I do know that it's like, okay, you shouldn't, like, go through and crack every single window in your home because you are spending more time outside of shelter. And that is like a big risk. Like the very first thing you should do is just get underground or get to some manner of shelter, of storm shelter. Like that is like priority one, get everyone into the storm shelter and then take maybe additional, any additional precautions. But like there's not a lot of precautions to take, honestly. Like cracking the windows is really like the only one. Like I literally listed that one out and then I thought about it and I was like, yeah, there's kind of nothing else to do. It's mostly just get underground. Yeah. It actually lets the wind in easier and makes it easier for the tornado to rip the house apart. Really? I didn't know about that. That's crazy. I didn't know about that. I do still crack the basement windows. Like, if the basement has windows, I'm still cracking it. Maybe I shouldn't be. Okay. Maybe I'll look into it. Anyways, we've got a chat. We've got a stream. We're ready to freaking go. We're ready to stream, people. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Bro, Brazil has its problems, but I'm so glad natural disasters are not among them. I'd be so stressed out. Depends on how often they happen. Like, tornadoes are just like a thing to be aware of, but they honestly don't even last that long. Like, sometimes they do. Always take an asterisk on anything to do with natural disasters. They come in categories for a reason. But, you know, most of the time they're kind of no big deal. And you do just gotta get used to them, but it is bad. Like, they're still like they're no big deal from a subjective standpoint, but from like an urban planning, a city management standpoint, they're terrible. Like they are just like, you know, money down the drain, infrastructure down the drain. They like fuck up existing projects and schedules, and they can, like, when they are bad, or even if they're not so bad, even if they're low category, you can just get unlucky. And like for a moment, the cell might like surge. It might surge for like 10 minutes into like a different category and then come back down just by happenstance. And so like you can have like just this like utter destruction in like one little pocket. And then the rest of the surrounding area is fine. So it's like, it's bad. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's not like actually no big deal, but it is something that you just, I don't know, you kind of get used to. Yeah. But anyways. Oh, wait, fuck. I didn't do my takeaway. Takeaway. Fucking great combat. What else do you think I'm gonna say about last episode? Awesome combat. Awesome arena. Awesome adversary. I thought it was sick. You know, there's always going to be a few things that I can nitpick here and there. It's always gonna happen. You're never going to be able to escape it. You can find things that I was nitpicking last episode. Here, wait, let me add YouTube chat. Whoa! Ah! You guys are so big. Let's just put that right there. Like there's always going to be stuff. You can find stuff that I said last time, but like that is, I think, like A+. No, I'm going to say S tier. It's like, it's not 100% perfect, but like nothing can be. All right. Nothing can be 100% perfect. There's always going to be something to nitpick, I think. And that was pretty damn close to just really, really fucking good. Yeah. And to be more specific about what I thought was so good is the way that the adversary and the environment interacted. I think there could have been even more of that, but I still thought it was really cool. I liked the gimmick of the adversary quite a lot. I liked blind is a very unique condition. It doesn't get applied very often, but it is very interesting, I think. Because it still allows you this like full freedom of movement. It's not nearly as crippling as something like restrained or paralyzed or, especially unconscious. Even poisoned is way more, I think, crippling than something like blind. So I liked it as this condition that was getting applied a lot, but isn't that crippling, and is, in this particular case, with this particular gimmick, easy to get rid of. And I liked that the way in which it was easy to get rid of was in and of itself like part of the gimmick. And like the way in which that happened was you have to hit it, right? You have to hit it, and hitting it is going to be easiest for a substantial amount of our cast if they're in melee range, right? There's I would say half to above half of them are best or most likely to hit in melee, depending. The spellcasters are a little bit wibbly wobbly with that, but in general. And so you have that like kind of push and pull of, you want to be near him, but you don't want too many people near him, because his other, I wouldn't even call it a gimmick, but like his other main attack was this big AoE sword swing, right? So you had a push and pull of, we want to be near him, but we also don't want to be near him. And that like dual-sided push and pull combined with, actually, I don't even need to say combined. I think that's just good. Like, that's just like solid. I don't want to keep using the word gimmick because I think it has a negative connotation, and I don't mean it that way. But it's like good hook design, I suppose, or good like uniqueness design of like, you want to make this adversary feel unique and interesting and what have you, and giving it this, I want to be near it, but I also don't want to be near it, and needing to balance that on every single turn is just awesome. Combine that with an environment that is asymmetrical, at least, one way you can cut it. It's partially asymmetrical. And it has these like, it has these, I'm trying to think of the way to say it, impediments towards movement. And especially the places that you would want to go to not group up, right, are the places that are the hardest to get to. And vice versa. The places that are the easiest to get to are the places where you are most likely to be able to be caught in that AoE swing, right? So the places where you're not likely to get caught by the AoE swing are hard to get to, and the places where you are likely to get caught by it are easy to get to or easy to move around in. Again, a push and pull, right? And so I think like Matt did, like, there's a very core concept in this fight, or there's kind of two core concepts of being close or not close to the single adversary and being grouped or not being grouped. And both of those things are working off of the same principle. They're working off of that swing attack, right? And so that swing attack is encouraging people to spread out, but once it hits people with the swing attack, well, now they're blinded, they might need to come back in. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they try to, take it at range, whatever. Right? All of these, I just keep thinking pushes and pulls, but all of these, like, pressures on the players to do two mutually exclusive things. That is like the core of D&D combat decision making, is you are pushed towards one decision and equally pushed towards a separate decision, and those decisions are mutually exclusive. I think that's like an amazing like way to just boil down what I think the core of interesting combat decision making is. And then you can take it even further with going into like more complex, like what drives that decision making and how many of those types of decisions are there. And I think that like that's sort of the level maybe one, that's like the intro, like baseline concept. And then the second level is, okay, how do you tie in that decision making to movement? Because I think that movement, and more specifically like precise distance measuring, is one of the things that D&D is the strongest at. Like, you always know distances for things. You know ranges in which you can cast spells. You know radii of certain effects, right? Like, I believe I was just looking over Daggerheart earlier, and I believe that Daggerheart's fireball doesn't even have a radius. Daggerheart's fireball. Let me see. Fireball. Let me just confirm. Make a spellcast roll. You throw a sphere of fire. Target all creatures very close to them, right? And this is, I think Daggerheart is playing within its strengths of like using these kind of range of ranges sort of stuff. But that's not like a precise measurement. It kind of is if you like think about it like, okay, well, very close at its maximum is 30 feet. So that's saying it's a 30 foot radius. But I think it can be said that is not necessarily as much of a strength of Daggerheart's. I don't think Daggerheart's going for that as its strength, so I don't feel like that's a critique of Daggerheart. But I think it is like a big strength of 5e's that needs to be invested in if it's going to be a strength, right? Like, you have to, the system, while it provides all of that distance measuring, accuracy, and acuity, it does not make it necessarily matter, right? That's kind of on the DM and the arena design and the adversary design. So I think Matt did an incredible job at not only hitting that decision making within the adversary and arena design, but tying that decision making fundamentally to movement. And there was a separate part of that arena that was designed that the players never really interacted with, but that I think fits this like pattern and this I guess complementary streak of Matt's, of the smoky ceiling. I think the smoky ceiling was a fantastic addition that admittedly just didn't come up in the combat, but I think easily could have. Like, if I'm looking at Vox Machina as a party and Matt's a friend that's bringing me this combat ahead of time and being like, hey, like, what do you think about this combat? I'm complimenting the smoky ceiling up and down, left and right, sideways and not sideways. I think it's a really good idea because they have so much flight, and it is this area that is sort of inaccessible to Grimm, or is at least very, very difficult for Grimm to access. And that could have been like, they could have played that really well, I think. Again, didn't come up in the combat, but I don't think that's Matt's fault. I think it was like a good design decision, even if the design didn't end up getting fulfilled, I guess we might say. So, not only like good baseline level, but I would then call that almost the layer 3 of like designing to your party. Designing to your party doesn't necessarily mean making it easier or harder. It just means thinking about your party's broad capabilities, their broad strategies, and designing parts of the map to interact with that. So in this case, the smoky ceiling had upsides and downsides, right? If you're going into there, you're basically blind. Like, you are self-imposing blind, essentially. But they have so much flight that it might be a trade-off they want to make occasionally. So, like, they make an attack and they fly up into the smoke and, like, temporarily blind themselves, but also temporarily obscure themselves. And who knows what they would have had to do if they were in the smoke. I can imagine Matt making them possibly make, like, a constitution saving throw or something to, like, avoid, breathing in the smoke, or, maybe it imposes a level of not exhaustion. Unless you're using, 5.5's exhaustion. Definitely not exhaustion. But, maybe it imposes some sort of debuff if you fail the constitution save. But even that, I think, might be a trade-off that's worth making for a lot of these players that have such consistent access to fly. So again, it's about offering them decisions, designing your arena to have something for flyers to interact with. I don't think is as meta breaking or like investment breaking as it might sound if I'm just talking about that in abstract, right? If I'm talking about designing to the party in abstract, it can sound like, oh, well, they'll know that it was designed for them, and then that'll break their investment. It'll feel too much like a game and not like a world and a story. But I think that this combat is a really good example of how to design to the party without it feeling investment breaking or world breaking. And I mean, this was tied into the world well enough that the party didn't even realize it was designed to them. It seems. Or maybe they all independently made the decision never to go into the smoke and just to never mention that out loud. Maybe that happened. I don't think so. I think it is more likely that they just didn't consider it. So maybe the only takeaway there is that the smoky ceiling was introduced before the break, I believe, or like before like a gap. It also might have just been a gap in my streaming. It might have been straight through for them. But I think there was some sort of gap between the smoky ceiling being introduced and them actually like going into the combat, and it wasn't relevant between the break or the gap and when they started the combat. So I think they might have just like literally forgotten about it. Which is, there's maybe something to pick apart there with like when you take your breaks, the pacing of when you introduce things, how you remind people of things. But I don't know that there's too much to pull out there in at least in a takeaway. So overall, awesome combat. Yeah. Combat provides strategic options, which is better than an obvious approach from the get-go. Yes. 100%. Yeah. I do think most GMs will decide how they rule soft ranges and be internally consistent, but you're right that the book doesn't explicitly specify what the right answer is for all GMs. Yeah, and it's just, it's a level of, like, D&D combat has, it's not quite as pinpoint as, like, a war game, right? You're not breaking out a ruler and measuring centimeters, measuring inches, whatever. But it's like one step up from that. It is war game like distance measurement and movement measurement with the flexibility, especially in the social and exploration side, of non-wargame games, right? Like, it brings a lot of those softer rules into it to allow a lot of flexibility for creativity for the players and the GM. But when it comes to wanting to get detailed and specific and very strategic, I think that D&D 5e provides so many tools to both players and GMs to get really detailed about it, as long as they actually use them. That's the unfortunate thing. And I think that's, like, in my opinion, one of the bigger failings of 5e is that it has all of these tools, but it lacks some of the support structures when it comes to, like, structuring a combat to actually make use of those rules. I truly think 5e would be a better game if there was some manner of standard arena building guidance on the same level as, like, here's the monster manual, it has all of these stat blocks, and also here's how to build your own stat blocks, right? If it had a battle arena portfolio in the same vein that said, here's a bunch of battle arenas and here's how to build your own, and if CR combined arena difficulty and adversary difficulty, I think it's doable. Like, I don't say this thinking that it's impossible to do. I think it's so doable, especially after seeing Daggerheart, like, it work in environmental stat blocks so well, I think. I think that, like, an arena portfolio is so doable, and I think if 5e had it, it would be a massively better game. I think it would really unlock it. Now, that didn't happen. So I think that does then default that responsibility back onto the DM. You can also go online, find third-party materials, of course. But I think that the really big, like, the really, really big hole, I think, is that arenas are not considered in CR. CR is the core way that GMs, and especially new GMs, evaluate the challenge of a combat. And unfortunately, like, the environment matters so much to the challenge of the combat. Like, people have long discussed that CR is kind of a wonky measurement. I think this is a large part of why. Now, there's also, more specific enemies like the Shadow or the Intellect Devourer, right? These things that, like, target specific stats, and so it's hard to put a CR on them. I'm not even talking about that. Plenty of digital ink has been spilled on that. I'm just talking about, like, the actual challenge of a combat, I think, is so reliant on the arena. And the fact that CR does not even have a method for including environmental or arena features within its calculation is the biggest flaw in D&D's combat system. Like, I think it is, like, a gaping flaw. And I think if it had it, most GMs wouldn't struggle nearly as much with arenas. It would be hard, don't get me wrong, but they had the best fucking designers in the world. I don't care if it's hard, it's doable. I don't care if it's hard, it's so doable. If some jamoker like me can do it on the internet, the greatest designers in TTRPG history, maybe I shouldn't glaze them that much, but industry professionals and game designers can certainly figure it out. And they just didn't. And I think that's part of the issue. But Matt did figure it out for this last one, so I gotta give him kudos. And that is where I will call that. Funny you mentioned the ruler. One of my DH players pulls out a tiny tape measure, and we follow the ranges in the book explicitly in a wargame style. It's super doable. I think that one of the strengths of D&D is that it has that precision in measurement without requiring the ruler, right? I think, like, the gridded combat is, like, a huge strength of D&D in that it can give you that war game style experience or like strategic depth. You know, it doesn't get 100% of the way there, but it gets pretty close. And it doesn't require as much work and as much investment as getting out the tape measure and shit. So that's what I'm kind of talking about when I talk about like what I think the strength of D&D is. I think that like the way that they handled measurements is really good. If you want that like deep strategic experience, I think that it's one of the most accessible ways to get the level of depth that it offers. I think that getting that level of depth or deeper is normally much more difficult in most games that offer it. So I think that's like a big strength of D&D's, or 5e's at least. I can't speak to older editions, but I think that they're, unfortunately, ranges and movement and those like movement measurements are fundamentally linked to the space that you're fighting in, not the people you're fighting against. And so I think them ignoring those spaces within the difficulty is really doing a disservice to their, frankly, like very good movement system. Like, I think the movement system in D&D is really good. Like, I think the dashing is like it's solid. Like, I'm a fan of D&D's movement. But everything else I said. CR is fundamentally broken concept, but I'm not sure if there's a fix. I don't think there's a way to like 100% fix it. In any TTRPG, there is always going to be a certain art to judging how difficult an encounter is. In any TTRPG. Anything. Like, if we're Memento Mori, Blades in the Dark, City of Mist, Pathfinder, whatever. There's always going to be an art to judging the difficulty of the encounter. I think a system like CR should try to hit the averages, right? It should try to say, okay, for most situations, if you add up these variables, this is going to give you a ballpark approximation. And I don't think CR does a bad job at that, honestly. Like, I think CR, for all the shit I'll give it, and for all the shit I think people online will give it, and I think deservedly so, I do think if we consider a white room combat, I think CR gets decently close to, like, a ballpark estimation. Like, if you're within 1 to 3 CR total, especially after the Xanathar's extended guidance, if you're within 1 to 3 CR, you're probably pretty close. Now, is that going to lead to some TPKs? For sure. But that's, I think, kind of unavoidable. I don't think there's ever going to be a system that's going to really get there. I think the big problem is that a white room combat is doing the combat system a huge disservice. And when you start building more complex environments, CR gets less and less and less and less applicable. Like, the more you dive into environmental design, the less applicable CR becomes. And I think, like, the classic example that I always use to demonstrate this is Tucker's Kobolds, Tucker's Kobolds is just about playing your enemies intelligently. That's basically the entire point of it. But if you actually go through and read the original Tucker's Kobolds, which, if you don't know, just look it up. It's not quick to explain, but it's a fairly quick read if you like want just like a summary of the concept. But it's essentially a concept that is meant to display that low CR creatures can still be very dangerous to high CR parties, or high-level parties. And the way in which Tucker's Kobolds is structured is that the kobolds use equipment and the environment. Like, one of the fundamental parts of Tucker's Kobolds is imagining a dungeon that the kobolds inhabit, where there are a bunch of tunnels that are small-sized, So the kobolds can get around the dungeon very easily compared to the adventurers. And they can, access hidden stockpiles that the adventurers can't destroy or disrupt in any way because they just can't access them. Or at least they can't access them easily. They have pitfall traps. They have, murder holes where they can pour fucking flaming oil down on you, right? These concepts of equipment, tools, we might say, and environment, the reason that Tucker's Kobolds works, the reason that you can get low CR monsters to threaten high-level parties is because equipment and environment are not able to be included in the CR measurement, right? There just is no way to do that. So that's the only reason that Tucker's Kobolds even works as a concept, right? Like that's the only reason that it's like even making a point. And if those were included in the CR measurement, which I think they could be, the Tucker's Kobolds would just kind of fall apart. I think one of the biggest and most obvious and most like immediately sensical critiques of the CR system only exists because CR only takes into account what creatures are present. It doesn't account equipment, tools, or environment. So, if we were able to include those things in CR, I think CR would be far more useful, and it would encourage GMs to make more interesting combats. Just fundamentally, you don't even. I mentioned the whole like portfolio of arenas. You don't even need that. If you just had a framework for including environmental stuff inside of the CR calculation, I think more GMs would include environmental stuff. Like just having that ability to judge the difficulty of it, I think would lower the barrier for a lot of GMs to the point where they would do it. But that's speculation to a degree. CR doesn't work if your enemy design is it at all complex, which every game wants their enemies to be. It's true. It also completely breaks once you hit something close to CR 12 monsters, as 24 1/2 creatures are likely much more dangerous than one CR 12. And that's, I did bring up Xanathar's expanded guidance, and I'm sure it's in the 5e or the new DMG as well. They have worked in a system to take adversary count into mind. They have modifiers now for adversary count. So they recognize that is an issue, and it certainly is an issue. And they have made some modifications to the baseline CR structure to try and account for that. I just think they need to go even further. Yeah. Difficulty as a concept is impossible to measure objectively. Absolutely. So we got to try to get as close to it as we can. And I think truly the thing is, the things that you include in your difficulty measurement are going to be the things that GMs use, right? Or they're just much more likely to be. Because if you have something that a GM intuitively understands will raise the difficulty, but they have no way to quantify how much it will raise the difficulty, I think they're going to be hesitant to use it, right? Or they'll, maybe try to downplay the rest of the combat, but then that makes the data kind of hard to understand. So it's I don't know, it's tough. It's tough for GMs. I don't think it's tough for Wizards of the Coast, if I'm being really frankly honest. I think, cut some time designing some spells, give us a few less spells, or a few less subclasses, and put arena and tool and equipment calculations into CR as like an optional thing. I think if they did that, it would really pay dividends, but they haven't. Yeah.
What's up, Gen Co?
That was so. That fucking dancing with the fantasy music. Oh my god.
Woo! That's a lot of people. How you guys doing?
Who's this fucking Jamoker? I thought that was Liam at first. Probably just like a
Oh
Gen
my
Con,
God.
dude. Okay, wait. So Gen Con dude's gonna talk to the audience for a while. The caster introduced on stage. I can skip past the caster introduced on stage. We can go to the recap, I think. Look, I've been to a convention. I've watched live shows. They're a lot of fun when you're there live. But you know, this was something I didn't go to from many, many years ago. Oh, that's BWF. Aha. Interesting. Okay. Never seen him before. That's not what I pictured. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we don't talk about Brian. Live CR is something I do appreciate, but it's almost a completely different product. Yeah. I mean, it's like live actual play, I think, is different. Like especially like a live show is different from a live streamed show in almost like I think it has the same degree of difference as a live streamed show does to a pre-recorded show, like Cries versus Critical Role Demystified. Honestly, the difference might not be that stark, but I think it's close to that different. I think it is like a very different thing. I also love the chaos. You do need to see Sam's entrance. Wait, you need to see Sam's entrance? Wait, I need to see Sam's entrance? 632. He's in a yellow tracksuit of some manner.
Children, shield your eyes. I present to you Sam Regan!
Oh, I'm with you, Ivo. It sucks. It just sucks. Like it's I think we can all like we don't have to be shy about being like, damn, that blows. That like that Talks Machina has been poisoned. Like I've heard nothing but good things about Talks Machina. But like I think also people rightly do not disagree with the decision, just like you. We can easily say like, yeah, it fucking sucks. Sam Regal.
And the man that brought us all together, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Mercer!
It's so big. Why does it stick out so far? What? It's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy, dude. The mighty cube. Sam's level of shame is somehow negative. Look, my shame decreases the more people there are physically in the area with me. My level of shame is so much higher on here than it is even when I'm just collabing with someone. If you put me on stage, my level of shame goes down quite dramatically. Uh-oh, it's another Mega Sam moment.
All right, let's bring this down. So.
Holy shit.
So.
Vecna's Amish taint.
A little late, but thank you. I appreciate that.
A little.
Them playing differently to hype up the audience in-house is what I dislike about it. It's what they should do for a theater show. It just makes me cringe. Uh-oh, whoa, what was that? Yeah. Like, it definitely is what they should do for a live show, but it's And it obviously like comes off well in the live show. But yeah. Like I'm not gonna blame him for it, but it's a very different energy.
A little late.
So, last we left off, Vox Machina, in their trek to eventually, hopefully seal and be rid of the threat of Vecna, the Whispered One, and his recently ascended godhood on the prime material plane, found themselves traversing below the sub-ocean volcano of a Scald Seat, where they managed to water breathe their way through a jug, traversing the poisonous air within and coming upon the Allhammer's core anvil.
Yeah, this is also the thing is like because they're playing up certain language, it puts even more of a gap between like what is actually happening and my analysis. Because there's already a gap. Like I try to analyze this like I'm, thinking about a live or about a home game. But there are always differences between what Critical Role is going to produce as a show versus what a home game will look like. I know that sometimes people say like, oh, a CR is like just putting a camera in front of a home game. It's not. It's close. Like it's closer than most actual plays that I've seen. But it's not. Like there are things that they do because they're on camera. 100%. And I try to be conscious of that and, kind of wiggle around that within my analysis, keep it in mind. But, the live show of it puts even more of those things of like, okay, if they were at home, they probably wouldn't be doing this. They wouldn't be saying this. The pacing would be different, right? Even like that little moment of like water breathing through the jug, right? It gets a big laugh. It gets an audience from the crowd. They are making some facial expressions. Like these are all good aspects of showmanship within a live show context that they should be doing. But it is a fundamentally different like way to pace something than if you were at home. It's like those videos that you see of sometimes like, watch Big Bang Theory without the laugh tracks. And there's just like these weird long moments of silence where there's a laugh track normally playing. It's kind of like that. It's like, okay, at a home game, you're not going to have the laugh track, but in a live studio audience, you literally, you don't have a laugh track. You have what the laugh track is trying to recreate. And so it's just gonna come off very, very fundamentally different when you have these like pauses in pacing for the audience to react and interact, which is awesome when you're there live. Fucking incredible. But I do think it makes at least a different recorded product. Oh, man.
Which many artifacts of the Founding and beyond were forged. There, you fought with the Forge Guardian, who was left to see who was proven worthy to utilize its components. You defeated it. And in doing so, Percival, with the designs bestowed upon you from Ioun, and Grog, with the bestowed upon knowledge of blacksmithing, took to the blacksmithy tools and together managed to forge, barely successfully, with a modicum of structural integrity, the three prime trammels, hopefully intended to destroy or at least seal off Vecna's influence on this plane. So, the trammel's now complete, each glowing with the runes of each gifted deity power source. We have one that glows yellow across its runic outside, one that has a sky blue, and one that emanates a black shadow from its runes, representing each deity that bequeathed an element of their power onto these trammels. You then decided to have Scanlan drop his magnificent mansion and decide where your next journey was. As you all entered the mansion, preparing for an evening's rest or otherwise, we left off with you now away from the heat of the volcano, plotting your next directional path. So, Vox Machina, what do you want to do?
That's a great question.
Let me see those tremels. Where's the tremels?
Well, I'll do
I
one.
just want to look at them.
Like all of them or just one?
Just all of them.
Fucking hell, shitholes. Here you go.
That's it. I just want to hold them, really.
Well, I mean, they're real big, right? They're like a person.
Yeah,
They're
just
pretty
holding
long.
them like this. I'm cradling them, dog.
Surprisingly, though, due to the Platinum's design, they're not as heavy as you expected, whether it be the enchantment or the material it was made from. They're still heavy for you, Vex, because your strength is pretty shitty. But
Can I tell which one is
Seven strength?
which god?
yes, the one that glows yellow, you feel a slight bit of kinship with the blessing you received from Pelor, the Dawnfather. The other two you can differentiate being the sky blue color, probably with Ioun, the Knowing Mistress, and the black, probably representing the Raven Queen.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna hold on to the paler one. Pass him back.
I'll get the other two.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else wants to hold them.
Just in case like things go sour, I also thought a nice way to use these, and I slide like one between each of my fingers, and I hold it up. Shoot, 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 shoot. No.
that's good.
Okay,
Cool.
go back in the bag of holding.
Are you still embiggened right now?
No, I've been bigging for a while.
Yeah,
you
he was
kinda-
only big for the fighting the bullet.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Pretty
Oh wait. By the way,
What?
I believe you said that if I successfully all of these tremors, that you had something for me. Thought I wouldn't remember, did ya?
I did say that. It's rather personal, though. I hope the rest of you can understand. I mean, I'm not going to be around for much longer, so I kind of wanted to say,
Do you want us to step out so you can have a moment?
nah, we'll find a minute.
What? What does that mean?
Oh,
It's awkward. It's not something I'm comfortable talking with in front
So
of
you
the
want us
group.
to leave?
we should
No, we can talk out a plan. I mean, tonight before we go to bed. I mean, it could be now. It could be later.
You've said too much about it now.
I take
have
Grog
to
by
talk.
the arm and I usher him out the door.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm thinking too hard about it. This might be like a, overanalyzing a little bit, but it kind of feels like what Liam's saying is, hey, I don't really want to do an intense scene between me and Grog. He was like, in front of... And, I think they reasonably responded in characters like, oh, in front of us? You want us to step out? And I think it's like, well, no. It's kind of harder to, be, very, deep and emotional in front of a bunch of people staring at me. I think that's, I don't know that that's what he means, but that's how I would feel. I would be like, hey, can't we do this, tomorrow, aka next session when we're not at Gen Con?
Oh no.
This is weird.
Mansion.
This is weird.
Outside the mansion?
Yeah.
You're out mountain?
Aren't we still in the same? Yeah.
All right,
You're
so,
going outside?
Just out the front door.
Into the inside of the volcano.
Is it on fire?
Wow,
well, it's certainly very hot.
Why would you go back? It's so hot out there.
Fuck it, Grog. Let's go downstairs to your.
He has like 40 floors.
We're going down to the war room with the sandpit.
Yeah, and I ignore all the catcalling and all the sniping and all the shittiness. These fucking assholes.
Have fun, you two.
Use
know we will.
protection.
That's what Grog is for!
All right, the two of you descend the staircase into the subterranean war room, where there you see before you the giant sand pit that is currently adorned with multiple training dummies with armor and weapons strapped to them, magnificently pristine, based on how many times you've destroyed and or restructured the chamber, but there it lies before you.
Big man.
Yeah, that's me.
I'm not going to be around much longer, probably. Or you're not going to be around much longer, one or the other.
Yep.
Yeah. And, boy, I've been holding on to a thing for a while now. Terrian, that scamp, gave me a gift ages ago. He became sort of a fan after I pranked his ass at the beach. He kind of caught the bug, and before we said our goodbyes, he talked to me for a bit and gave me something.
You pranked his ass and he caught the bug.
Forgive me, but I'm going to have to turn... I wanted to turn this down to a lower speed. The reason I watch combats on a higher speed is because there is a lower density of things to talk about. I think there's going to be a lower density of things to talk about in this episode, given the pauses for audience.
It's about suppression.
Right, I gotta talk simpler, sorry. That's my mistake. Terrian gave me a very unique item, and the purpose of it was to fuck with you.
Ooh.
I could say turducken and you people would turn it into sexual innuendo.
I don't know what that is.
Anyway, he wanted me to pull a prank on you, and, we have a lot of history with that, and I held on to it for a long time, looking for a time that felt right, and it never happened, and sometimes I felt like I didn't want to do that anymore, but I don't want to let his gift go to waste. And, truth be told, I did a bit of research on it. It is a love potion, Grog.
I forgot about that.
Lasts about an hour. Oops. lasts about an hour, and for a while it was really tempting, and I was just looking for a moment because, that's you and me, that's our history. But then I did some research, and it turns out that it wouldn't have worked on you anyway, because if you want someone to fall in love with you, it has to be on a person who you'd be interested in. And to quote a very handsome dickhead we know, I'm pretty sure you go taco, not hot dog. So I was right to assume then, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Taco.
It's not fair. We're not also limited, but that's your thing, that's fine. So I can't even use it on you, but I've got it. And I am going to miss you. I'm going to be gone soon. So I don't even know if we have time. I mean, a lot of us could be dead soon, but I'm not offering you this thing, but I'm offering you an experience.
I don't know a lot of big words, but I feel like I need a little bit of clarification.
I don't know if we have time for this.
Yep.
But maybe for old time's sake, because I love you and I know you love me, and we share this in common. I thought maybe we could prank Scanlan together. Because, let's be honest, that guy would fuck a turducken in front of him.
Just for the record, I had no doubts about where that conversation was going. None. You have a deal. I don't know how or when we are going to pull this off, but if you don't make time...
Yeah, well, it could be tonight.
Fuck it, it's tonight.
So here's what I don't have.
Right.
I don't have a plan.
No, me neither. We never have those. So listen, maybe while when we're eating some of those shitty salads that this fucking place makes...
Look, I'm gonna warn you, I'm probably gonna be rolling my eyes a lot during this. That said, blanket, I think this is good for a live show. We're all saying it in chat. We're all talking about it like this is good on stage performance. So take my eye rolls with a grain of salt. I'm not in the audience. I'm not the target audience of this performance. Right? And to give a compliment, they are electric. They're fucking electric on stage. Like, they are good performers. They are playing to the audience well. So I absolutely cannot blame them. Like, as someone whose primary performance background is in live theater, like, go off. I also don't really like watching live theater. When I'm recorded live theater, I like going to a play or a musical, but I don't like watching recorded musicals. Like, it's not my thing. Unless it's like a recording where there's no audience and so there's no like live feedback. I also hate listening to live versions of songs. I'm not a live consumer, really. I like performance live, but I don't really consume a lot of live. So, all that said, they're electric, and we're gonna get through it.
Now you can just drizzle it on the top, or does he have to drink it with a drink?
No, I think he just needs to down it one way or another. It could be mixed with something else. It could be on its own.
Who do we make him fall in love with?
Well, originally,
cheer
I was
along
thinking
with
maybe
the
we could have a
audience,
bet
you
and see which
coward.
one it is. And I mean, I know that's a shitty idea, but we have to get up and
I
go.
fucking love it.
So that means isolating the gnome away from the others, because he could fall in love with
No, listen.
literally anything or anyone.
Yeah, but look, the hunter does not go after its prey in an isolated environment. The hunter finds him in his natural habitat. Let him roam free, I say.
I'm not sure I know what that means.
Me neither.
But I will carry this baton and follow your lead.
Well, look, but before the rest of the group starts wondering what we're doing in the war room,
Yeah.
let's go back up, and whenever your sneaky ass thinks it's appropriate, you just put it in his drink. How about that?
We'll call that plan A.
Okay.
Plan B will be that you grab his ass and I just shove it in.
I also can't believe they didn't say anything about Vax's sneaky ass. Come on. Right there, when we're talking about tacos and hot dogs, the sneaky ass, come on. Would Vax be a bottom, though? I think he would be, yeah. I thought about it a little bit longer. I think Vax is a bottom.
Plan A, plan B. You know those letters. You know that far.
I do. I got that far.
I am.
This is what's happening.
And we head back to the group.
Meanwhile, inside, I'm just so happy to be back in the group. I mean, it's been a pretty crazy few days, but I feel like you've all accepted me, and I'm so happy to be back. And I can't thank you enough, really, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you for fully accepting me back.
We're really sorry for everything, Scanlan. You know we love you.
I love you too.
Yeah.
Not in a weird way.
No. I'm married.
Just friends.
Yeah.
That would be awkward.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
I mean, look. We're getting into critical eyes mode, man. We're getting in there. We're gonna talk about it. Now, while this is obviously pretty, it's being played up, there's a really good, I think it's a great comedic strategy from Sam Riegel that can be ported over to home games, and is one of the reasons that I've talked a lot about whispers, but I also don't have my players leave the room for private conversations very often, at least. Maybe sometimes if it's fundamental to a puzzle or the challenge of an encounter, maybe. But especially for role play segments, I never have them leave the room. And the reason for that, I think there's positives and negatives to it, don't get me wrong. But the reason I don't do that is to give Sam Riegel type players or characters even the opportunity for these fun comedic moments of they're talking about how they're gonna fuck Scanlan, and then he comes back in with that very comedic, dramatic irony of, oh, haha, Scanlan doesn't know what was just being discussed. And maybe Sam Riegel could have predicted that had he not been in the room. It is vastly easier for him to play along with that and to create that dramatic irony if he can hear what they're saying. Right? He can choose his words to be much funnier. Metagaming for a laugh. Yeah, metagaming for a laugh is always allowed. And that's why I always want to be... I never want to throw the metagaming baby out with the metagaming bathwater. I think there's a lot of ways to positively metagame. Yeah. And this is a fantastic, very obvious example of I don't think Sam would have ever said that had he had to leave the stage and, or put earmuffs on or whatever to not hear the private conversation. So I think it does depend ultimately on how much you trust your players to positively versus negatively metagame, right? There's absolutely negative metagaming that has to be, addressed. But this sort of stuff, I think, is super positive for a table. And so I tend towards the strategy, and the strategy won't work for everyone. But I tend... Also, I fixed my table! Did you notice? Did you see? I fixed my table! It turns out, I'm not even going to talk about it, actually. I started to talk about it. I'm still mad about it, so I'm not even going to friggin' discuss what was wrong with it. I'm so mad. And I'm just going to go off on a tangent about technology if I do, so I'm not. Fuck you, you don't get to know. But it was dumb. And so anyways, but I think this is a really, really great example of the positive, and I am willing to address the negative metagaming on an interpersonal level outside of the game, right? If my players are negatively metagaming, I think there are ways to deal with that in game, and there are ways to mitigate that. but I prefer to leave all metagaming options kind of open. And then if they engage in negative metagaming, to address that at the interpersonal level so that I can leave the sort of options or the field as open as possible for positive metagaming. Because we're all trying to create a story together. We're all trying to create a fun story. We're not trying to win. And if a player isn't on the same page about that, then that speaks to like a deeper issue than just the metagaming. And so I want to address that issue off table. Vax thinks he's a verse, but yes, he's a bottom. Couldn't agree more. Holy shit. Speaking the truth to power. Yes. He totally thinks he's a verse, and he just couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it, dude. Sam starts playing along before they even use the potion. It shows how 100% on board he is with whatever is about to happen. Really good point, G. Hercub. Yeah, not only is he positively metagaming for a better story, but it's also a very clear indication to the other players that he is on board and is like opting into their plan, right? Like by him engaging in this sort of joke, he is signaling, hey, I know what's up. And like, let's play this up as much as possible. Like I'm very on board. And so it's like also a good avenue for cross-player communication and like, not like, I guess not safety checks, but like comfort checks, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, there's a billion types of metagaming, but we tend to reserve that word for the negative kinds, but there is positive metagaming. Yeah, we almost need like a different word for it. Because I think metagaming has such a negative connotation that I almost need like a different, maybe I'll think about it. I need like a different term for positive metagaming. Posigaming. Meditative game. No, I don't know. Anyways. There's also an example of pro-level safety tools. Yeah, what people would normally recommend is going above the table to make sure Sam is okay with this happening in character, but Sam managed to do it effectively in character and get a laugh. Absolutely. Yeah. Sayings like this, charm, mind control, love potion, can be completely off the table, depending on lines and veils. Sam is basically preemptively agrees to this here. Yeah. I think this is like a really excellent example of that positive side of things. Meta consent, meta role playing, alpha gaming. I kind of like meta role playing. I mean, I think it's new enough that, it's not, it's brand new, obviously. Like, it's not going to carry the negative connotation. I think there's a way to negatively connotate that. Like, think about, like, role-playing in a negative sense, using meta information. But maybe I will start doing meta role-playing. Because that does, I think, encompass a large kind of portion of positive metagaming. Like when I think metagaming is positive, it is largely in the role-playing realm. I'll think more about it, but it's definitely something interesting to think about, and especially like how you could do it at your own tables. Yeah.
Oh, just how much we love life.
Just how we're a happy family,
We are close, thick as thieves, as they say.
Who wants a drink?
It's a great idea, Grog.
Yeah.
Invisible servants, bring us the finest vegan wine.
And even further confirming I'm definitely on board with it. That's a great idea. I, Sam the player, know what you're doing. I heard it, obviously. But Scanlan is saying the words, that's a great idea. Even more opt-in, even more, hey, I'm definitely cool with this. Yeah.
As a procession of ghostly entities make their way from the far-off kitchen on the basement floor of Scanlan's magnificent mansion, they procure a number of glass bottles containing wine. It's fine. It's just wine.
Just wine.
And
But no added
I will even give Sam even more credit. I don't think this is necessary, and it depends on your players. I think this is maybe even further into the subject, but I think he's kind of playing a little bit, right? Of like it's a little bit of a back and forth of like, that's a great idea. You're so right. Hey, invisible servants, bring out all of this corked wine. Bring out all of this corked wine, and I'll take my glass and immediately like take it into my hand and drink out of it. Kind of wink, wink. Oh, how are you gonna fucking get the love potion into my drink? You're gonna have to try harder than that, fuckers. Now, again, it depends on the table, because I also think that presenting that challenge, depending on the table, could be seen as an opt-out, right? So going along with it up to this point and then presenting an obstacle or a challenge towards the plan that you heard might be seen as an opt-out. I can see a reasonable interpretation of that. I don't think that's the case here by any stretch. But, I think if you have a table that is willing to communicate at that level and is maybe a little bit more experienced with like this type of meta role playing, offering that sort of back and forth challenge is really fun. Like, that's like one of the best ways to create, kind of almost generate as players challenges for yourself, which can be very, very fun and a kind of totally separate way of playing a TTRPG. From the standard. It can like really unlock this almost quasi-competitive aspect, but where the stakes are so low and the stakes are almost entirely realmed within role-playing that there's, I think, low risk to it. So it's almost a way to introduce competitive TTRPGing in a very low-risk manner. But I think you should probably get comfortable with meta role-playing before diving that deep into it.
The animal fats.
You're not wrong. Goblets are placed across the tables, drinks are poured, and you all have within your grasp a fair nightcap, if you will, before you find rest for the evening.
Yeah, so Scanlon, man, you really, great teamwork today, everyone, really.
Yeah, seriously, I'm so amazed with both you and Percy. You really pulled through, and we would be lost without both of you.
I started examining my fingernails and moving closer to Scanlon.
I do feel like our teamwork has been getting better, though. Yeah. Like, we've been doing so good at synergizing,
We've been very normal comment, funny, weird comment. Very normal comment. What's Grog gonna say? Funny, weird. Come on, Grog. This is the comedic pacing that we're setting up.
Which works best. It's gone terribly, and we pulled through as a team. 100%.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I know in the past, Vax, I've had my differences with you. Well, I didn't like you charging after that dragon that one time, and we had some issues, but tonight I just feel like we're close, and...
I trip into Scanlan's arms and try to pour the bottle down his mouth. Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
You would never do anything to betray me. And...
Oh, that wine looks really good.
Yeah, let's take a sip. But first... I was thinking about how close we've become, Vax, and I even wrote you a little inspirational song.
Oh, shit.
You know what? That's a good point, G. Hercub. If I am laughing along with the audience, it goes down 0.5. If I'm rolling my eyes, it goes up 0.5. That's how we'll balance it out. Because I'm laughing along with the audience right now. Yeah. Liam and Travis are also being obvious in universe, allowing Sam to ask for an insight check very easily. Yeah, if he wanted to. Yeah. Very easy consent check, yeah. He's giving him inspiration to drug him. He is. I mean, talk about a consent check right there. Actively giving, the player that has this plan for you inspiration. I don't think there could be a more clear and obvious consent. That's pretty strong.
I wrote you a little inspirational song.
Oh, shit. That is so. Here, let me hold your drink. That is
Okay,
beautiful.
sure. You hold my drink. This is just a song to show you how much you mean
Okay, sure, you hold my drink. Fantastic. Let's see a sleight of hand.
to me,
And also, again, weird.
and how close we've become over these years. It's a long one. Don't be tired, I'm here to inspire. Before you blow out, let me light your fire. I got no choir, just a gnome and a liar, so listen up to Burt Reynolds, Esquire. Oh, that's gonna fuck me up. You've got those moves like dagger, you're fast as a cat, you can attack 5 times. I checked it with Matt. You can't be killed, and one more caveat, you get to sit next to the poop by the doink of all this and that. So imagine a dark room lit from above. Folks as far as Czech Republic came to give you their love. Your heart is beating like a goddamn drum. It's singing, I'm going back to Indiana, Indiana, here I come. The tension is building, the roof's gonna blow. This ain't a rehearsal, it's the motherfucking live show. Mice rolling, cameras on, dice rolling, Scanlan's song. No more cajoling, this shit is on. This crowd is bigger than my cube like dong. You've been down, but what's it gonna take to give you some sack, man? How about 2,400 critters chanting, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn, Vaxel, damn.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Oh, shit!
29.
Scanlan.
From that?
Yeah.
That was inspiration to me. How
He's
much?
inspiring you because he thinks you're gonna
Because I
fucking
love you,
fail.
buddy.
39.
So Scanlan, I want you to go and make a perception check.
That's a 12.
I instantly dive and grab Keelet's eyes and cover them and turn her away.
Stop, get off of me!
Sorry.
Why your hands are a little clammy? Oh, God. Why are you sweating? Why are you nervous? You're nervous.
A very strange display from Baxeldan. However, your drink is available for you at the table.
Yeah, sure.
That was a great song.
That's good stuff. Man, I just feel invigorated.
All right, so as you finish the drink, you blink your eyes.
Girl, come here.
I'm gonna ask you, Scanlan, who do you see first?
Let's see here. What do we got? 6 people?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Turn it around on him a little bit, Matt. That's fun. Leave it in the hands of Scanlan on who he sees first. If you don't know the other players that well, I mean, you're probably not in this position if you don't know the other players that well. But if you don't, maybe this is not the best power to give to someone, but they're fucking, I mean, they've got the reps in with each other.
Pull over here.
Well, you have 2 that have dove off to the side and are currently.
Oh, okay.
Currently
Then I'll roll a
wrestling and
D4. 1,
frustrated.
2. Oh, wait, it's just 3.
Yeah.
That was a fucking 4. 2. Okay, Keelan.
No, Keelan is being shielded right now.
Shit. Well, then it's just Vex or Percy? Or wait, are those 2 too? Grog or
The other people in the room right now are Percival, Vex, or Grog.
Okay, well then it would be Grog.
Or Vax,
Wait,
right?
Or back. Yeah, I'm gonna say that I.
do I have 3 choices or 4?
You have 4 choices.
4 choices. All right, and could you
1,
raise your
2,
hand if you're
3,
one of my
4.
choices? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Percy.
So here's my question, Scanlan. First and foremost, let me pull up. Is there a saving throw?
Filter of love.
Right? No, I'm
I can
sure
recite it for
there's
you
a
if you
saving
like.
throw, but
The next time you.
Yeah, I think it almost doesn't even need to be said, but yeah, you probably shouldn't be like, "Oh, hey, who do you drink the love potion with at the table?" If you aren't confident that the players at the table will be cool with that. I think it's pretty clear that the players at this table will be cool with that. They've been playing together for so long. They're professionals. Whatever. Yeah, not it for a random group, but I think that almost goes without saying. This rules. You know, if you're trying to emulate this sort of behavior, keep in mind comfort zones and blah, 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 blah. But these general techniques, fucking awesome.
See a creature within 10 minutes after drinking this filter, you become charmed by the creature for 1 hour. If the creature is of a species and gender you are normally attracted to, turducken, you regard it as your true love while you are charmed. This potion's rose-hued, effervescent liquid contains 1 easy-to-miss bubble shaped like a heart.
How long does it last?
An hour, you said?
An hour.
All right, and I guess my next question to you, Scanlan, is based on your journeys and travels across the lands of Tal'Dorei and beyond. How adventurous have you been in your various...
a little bit of a live show question if I had to guess, but I love Matt not stepping on their plan at all, especially as Sam is diving even more into it and continuously assenting to it. But then Matt, twice in a row, being saying like, "Hey, Scanlan, it's your decision. Hey, Scanlan, you define the boundaries of this," right? He is the, I'm using heavy air quotes here, he is the target of this scheme. Now, again, I think he had more than enough opportunities to opt out of it if he didn't want to do it, but he is, in theory, the target of the scheme. And I think, in general, as a DM, putting power, especially role-playing or narrative power, within the target of an encounter or of a scheme is a really solid idea. Like, when, it's not going to apply to every situation, but broadly, I think that if you are uncertain of where to go, giving them more power to define the space is going to result in the most often the most fun scenarios. Now, plenty of exceptions. I'm trying to pitch towards the average here. But that is to say, I like Matt's decision making here of continually asking Scanlan to define essentially the parameters of what is being done to him, even though he is obviously very accepting of what is being done to him. So I like that quite a lot. Scanlan is the perfect person for this. He's long established canonically down to screw anyone, basically. Yeah. If he said no to literally anyone at the table, I would claim it was not in fiction plausible. Yeah. And Matt giving him one more way out, it is theoretically a way out, certainly. But it's also a way to allow Sam to speak out loud his comforts. It's essentially allowing him to define lines and veils in the moment, right? Like, this question of what have you gotten down to in your adventures, a very reasonable response to that is, oh, I did X, Y, and Z, but I always said no to blank, or I always didn't do blank, or, I never did X. It's allowing him to, in real time, and like quasi in fiction, there's a little bit of an out of fiction layer to it, but in broadly in fiction, define what he is comfortable with for Scanlan. So it's not even just an out, it is a way for him to define the experience in the way that he thinks would be best. So I also think really good GMing from Matt there, yeah. This scene, which I dislike, is just so emblematic of the heightened scenes mode in the live shows. It definitely is heightened. The laugh track, not the laugh track, the audience is going. But I think that there is still a lot of positives that we can draw away from this performance. I think that broadly, CR doesn't do this much positive role-playing. Like, they do it very occasionally, and I think they've been doing it more and more as the show has gone on. But in general, and especially at the beginning, they did not do a lot of this. They were much more like kind of by the book. Everyone's rolling checks against each other. It's a little bit competitive. They're trying to figure out what each other were saying, et cetera, et cetera. So, if this is what it takes for, the live show environment is what brings this out of them, I hope that they take note of that and maybe, bring it back for their live games. Because I think there's a lot of really great stuff here.
Blitz. A human man? That was teenage years, baby. I've gone much further than that since then.
Then as you glance up into the beautiful eyes of the white-haired master of Whitestone, his white locks gently curling at the tips from an afternoon of sweating amongst the heat of the volcano, his fingers gingerly caressing the outside of the goblet in which he's enjoyed his own wine.
And a non-verbal affirmation from Taliesin that he's down. You know, the fucking yep, Tal opting in. We're seeing so much really nice non-verbal and in-fiction communication here. I think that's like the really big takeaway from this scene is how much you can communicate in fiction as long as everyone has kind of all the information. Now, that's not to say that you should always do it in fiction or non-verbally. Sometimes you need to, put that red X out, or you need to say it out of fiction, whatever. You shouldn't be afraid to do that. You shouldn't feel like, oh, I can only do it in this way. But like, if we're being real, this is more fun. Like, feeling willing to stop play for, safety or comfort reasons is important. Like, you need to be comfortable with that. But if you can do it in fiction, it is a lot more fun. So it's I don't think one should be off the table, but like if you can strike these, oh my god, I had my hand right in the camera. If you can strike these sorts of balances and scenes, I think they're incredible. Yeah.
You find yourself impossibly attracted to your once ally, now the erection of your affection.
I don't know if it's the wine talking, but oh man, I feel something I've never felt before, Percival.
That sounds like the wine talking to me there.
I've just never seen you in this light before. Your eyebrows. I want to lick them. They just seem soft. And
You want to what?
I don't. That came out wrong. What I meant was, what are you doing later?
I walk up and I palm Scanlan's forehead and slam him to the ground. Ow! What the fuck are you doing?
I'm sorry, it's just. Well, you've seen it.
Continue.
The way he looks at you and everything stops. The way all sound fades away when he's talking.
Oh no, that's just his silent spell that he got recently. Yeah.
The way he cocks his gun. Holds it so firmly. It trembles just a little. But then bang! Oh. Just a gentle touch is all it takes.
Would this be an insight check at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Come on, Percy.
Oh no.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Is it really? Is it really?
I'm gonna feel his forehead. Does he feel warm?
How long have you felt this way? This is a bit...
It feels like forever. One song, glory.
Okay.
One song to win your heart, glory. Where do I even start?
I don't know what's happening right now.
One song from the pretty boy gnome.
We fucked up. Oh, man.
Scanlan, I mean, I don't blame you. I don't. This seems to be coming out of nowhere, and he's married.
This is true.
To me, and I will cut you, all right?
Love knoweth no boundaries. And even though there's a significant age difference between us,
How much of an age difference?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Also,
Why?
Hey, look, I think that's fair negative view, given how I am with most of the romantic stuff, but I like joking about sex as much as the next guy. Sex is funny. So this is a little bit more my speed than most of the more intimate scenes.
Why does marriage need to be so
I mean, that said, it's not super fun to just watch me roll my eyes at the audience laughing over and over. So I'm doing a little bit of, I think, how do I say this? I think, to an extent, you can actively choose to like or not like something. I tend to try to be as honest as possible, but it's probably going to seem like I like this episode more than I actually do, because if I was reacting purely honestly to the episode, I probably wouldn't watch it. So, I'm trying to have some fun with it. And I'm trying to find the things that are enjoyable for me in it.
Restricting, man.
It is a mansion shenanigan of all time. I will also agree with that.
I mean, can't we just be free in this crazy mixed up world?
I'm not going to pretend that I'm not extremely flattered by this, and I am, but I don't know.
I want to see you naked.
Scanlan, are you experiencing a bit of cotton mouth, maybe?
Yes.
Are your pupils a little dilated?
The lights.
I'm gonna look into his eyes. Are his eyes dilated?
I turned to Vax. What did you do?
Is it that hard to believe that maybe just someone finds me attractive?
Guys, this is all besides the point. We have a god to kill.
God
What
to
are we
kill.
going to do about the god?
Yes, no, we should talk.
This is beside the point.
We should try to
Go for it.
strategize.
I just want to step outside the game for a second to say that Sam Riegel gave me a bullet to kill Travis Willingham with. And I have turned the gun back on Sam Riegel.
Well done.
And shortly it will be my time to die.
That is, I will say, that's something we didn't even discuss. I kind of forgot within this evaluation that is relevant of, oh yeah, Sam is also the one that gave Liam Vax the love potion, which does make all of this even more like, there's a level of he expected Liam to use it at some point, can't complain if it's used on him. And then we got all of the extra consent and opt-in. So just a lot of good shit going on. Yeah. Doing this pre-god killing is wild. Matt pulled out his GM notes and tore them up. I'm not saying he didn't do that. What I would say is that's a really funny thing to pretend to do on stage. Like, that's just a very funny bit. And like, even if it was blank or old or not relevant, like just finding a piece of paper to rip is just a funny bit. So like, I don't know, maybe it was his actual GM notes, maybe it wasn't. Either way, it's a funny bit. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Keyleth asking what Vax did is very reasonable since Scanlan's goblet and then jumped on her and threw her to the ground. Oh my god, yeah. Of course. There's a very logical connection there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Vax is the prank guy against both Scanlan and Grog. It's true. Yeah. There's no way that wasn't a blank piece of paper. I mean, honestly, to be like totally frank, even if it wasn't, it's not that hard to like just push two pieces of paper back together. Like, if I'm sitting there on stage and I don't have a blank piece of paper, but I get it in my head to do this bit, I'm probably just like really quickly scrolling to the paper that matters the least, taking that shit out and ripping that, and then, kind of piecing it back together behind the camera. Because that's hilarious to do. But, who knows how real it was. Either way, again, funny bit to run at home. Like I said, they're fucking electric right now.
So, after this unique and unexpected display of overt affection, you find yourself sitting round table amongst the mansion to discuss over your wine and confusion. What plan of action to take next in your journey to take down the Whispered One, the Undying King?
I'm going to sit directly between Percy
thank you.
and Scanlan for all of this conversation.
So, like, we rest, and then we go hunting? Or do we, like, try and rally allies?
I cast Mage Hand to tickle Percy's knee.
All right, I'm not looking forward to this for the rest of it.
I have a 23 passive perception, Scanlan.
Scanlan, make a sleight of hand check.
20.
What?
20.
20 sleight of hand check.
You see him start to make his fingers over towards your boy.
I grab his fingers and start to bend them backwards. I just whisper in his ear, do you want to keep playing your fucking lute or not?
I'd prefer it if Percy did.
Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry, I don't know what's come over me.
How long have you felt this way? Because this is very fucking
I
strange,
don't know.
Scanlan.
It was love at first sight, but now, so not first. I'm sorry. I'll try to keep it together. I'll just think of gross things. Victor's ball sack.
Learn from my mistakes.
Why are they so singed? All right, okay, let's focus up.
Focus up.
Okay. Go on, strategize.
Time, we don't have a lot of time. So what are we going to do with it? Are we going to get allies? Are we going to talk to Allura again, Gilmore?
Oh, wait, first things first, do we know where he is? Don't you have the ability to, like...
Oh, yeah, is he still in the same place?
I don't know in here. I need to shove my head out the door for a
Let's
sec.
shove your head out the door.
All right, as you emerge into the heated air of the sub-ocean volcano, you take a moment to concentrate and you can sense the direction and distance seems to be approximately the same.
He hasn't moved at all.
Make a perception check, I guess.
24.
24. You take about 5 minutes or so to concentrate, and while the distance and direction is relatively the same, there is very faint movement.
Am I able to feel gradual coming towards where we are, away, anything like that?
From where you are currently, which
Yeah.
is in the volcano,
Right.
it seems to be east and south of its previous location.
Where would that move him towards?
Towards Vasselheim.
Towards Vasselheim.
Solid.
We should maybe go to Vasselheim in the morning, start to rally.
Yeah. Should we just do Allura and Gilmore and Kima and everyone do the...
You know, I just realized that there's probably, between them and the end, there's probably the siege of Vasselheim, and then the journey through Tharimphala, and then the killing of Vecna, which actually makes the timeline make way more sense on the number of episodes that they have left. They probably have to break the siege first. It might be for, like, metaphysical reasons. It also might just be that, like, you know, Vecna's got a big-ass army surrounding him, and so they try to go and kill him in the army, and then he retreats to Tharimphala, and they have to follow him. That could also make sense. Yeah. And hey, I love a good siege. So I'm super down for that.
You know what's going on? Have we sent word?
Well, we've sent some word out to the world.
We sent messages to Terry and to who else? There were 2 messages
Terry,
sent.
the Ashari, Kaylee.
We activated the beacon.
We activated the Chaos Orbs. Crisis Orbs. Oh, he's missing that.
So we should rest and head to Vasselheim.
We're not any good to anybody at the moment, so I imagine so.
I think we'll all feel a lot better after a night's sleep. Yeah.
Scanlan, where are you sleeping tonight?
In my room.
Do we need to post guards outside?
I have all the guards I need. Don't worry, I'll be safe.
We're not worried about you.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be great.
So we're going to sleep and then to Vasselheim?
We rest and then we go.
Good shit. I like the shushing from the crowd. Fuck yeah. Good crowd. Good crowd. Shush that shit. Look, you get to participate. Totally fair. Not by yourself. This is group participation right now.
Oh, that's the plan.
If you want to participate individually, get in fucking chat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, finishing your wine, you all scatter to your various rooms throughout the mansion. Prepare yourselves for an evening's rest and a morning journey to the cradle of civilization, Vasselheim.
I do set a bucket trap at the door just in case. Just in case, I set a bucket trap.
Okay.
As everybody's trundling up the stairs, I catch Grog just alone for a second and say, let this stand as a testament to how much I love you. I'm sorry that I shaved your beard.
Thank you. I don't have to kill you now.
Give me a little pinch on the cheek. Oh, Grog, you couldn't if you tried. Now.
I mean, like, it's... I know he has a lot of health, but it's not close. It's not close.
Good night, big guy.
Night.
All right, you all find yourselves in your chambers. Anything else we should do before the evening comes to a close?
Yes. Sorry, Matt. I know we're trying to get to other things, but magic compels me to put on my best silk G-string. And it compels me to use the series of tunnels that interconnect all of the rooms.
Oh shit, no!
that only I know about. And it compels me to sneak into Percival's room in the dead of night and crawl into bed with him.
All right.
I'm in the bed, you motherfucker!
Are you in there?
We're married!
I thought it was like the 50s where you had two twin beds.
I love Lucy.
Have you seen their gold pile?
Well, then I guess I better be extra stealthy.
Yeah, you better. Make a stealth check.
Okay, I think that's gonna work. 8.
With a slight jostle, Vexalia and Percival, you both pop one eye open and glance over as what you thought at first might be like a small child crawling into your bed, scared of a midnight storm. Instead, find a magnificent, silk-adorned, familiar gnome trying to wedge himself between your bodies, which is impressive based on the spooning position you're already in.
Let it happen, let it happen.
I reach underneath my pillow. I grab a small copper ball. Manners.
All right, and that's a strength ability check? Or
That's a
saving
strength check, I believe.
Just a check?
It's a check or saving throw. That's
What? What is this a thing that what's a copper ball got to do with anything? What?
the distinction.
Like a ball gag? What's going on? The ball of iron cage things. Oh, that's copper? I thought that was iron. All right.
Where is it? It's
The cube
check,
just doubled
not
in
saving
size.
10.
Oh no. With a rapid series of clicks, whirs, and grinding of metal, you watch as a metallic exoskeleton unwinds from the sphere and wraps itself around your body. You find yourself suddenly bound and held in place and able to shift as these cold metal bars wrap around you like an exoskeleton.
No, that was copper.
Scanlan, short halt. Tell me now why I shouldn't feed you to trinkets.
I undo the lock so he can talk.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me. I know that this is your marital bed. Can I at least watch? I promise, I won't look at you, Vex. I won't look at you at all. I'll just be looking at Percy.
I'm going to close.
Can I really know that something is wrong? I mean, something is
I rolled a 1. I don't know anything wrong.
Let me make an insight check on this.
What am I making?
Insight.
Insight. Okay.
Now that you're like up close and definitely discerning his behavior.
Fucking A.
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a... It's a 12, but I rolled a 3.
I mean, you get the sense that something's off and different, but you don't quite nature. You think it may be a practical joke, or he's just trying to fuck with you.
All I have is lesser restoration. Unless you're fucking with me, I'm gonna try lesser restoration.
Or we could just go to his room and defile his room. I mean, God only knows what's happened there.
Here's the thing, darling. If something is wrong with him, and this is so out of
Why is it
character,
so
I'm afraid something is wrong with him. Not that you're not completely desirable.
That's all I needed to hear. Go on.
But he needs a good night's sleep, and I'm afraid he won't get it in this.
All right.
I'm gonna try lesser restoration on him. I'm not sure if it'll work.
Okay.
In case this is magical, I just want to leave you with something.
In case it's not, don't do that anymore.
Excellent.
All right. You extend your hand and complete the incantation under your breath and begrudgingly administer a lesser restoration spell onto his body. You watch as the gnomish form suddenly flashes with a brief burst of divine energy, and as it subsides, his eyes blink and stare back to Percival with the same longing lust that he had when he entered.
Wow.
Fuck, I got nothing. Scanlan, seriously, this is not acceptable. Go to bed. If we let you out of this cage, will you go to bed? I'm gonna send Trinket to your room with you, and he's gonna sleep on top of you, so that you will go to sleep. Yeah, let's do that.
Manners.
All right. It unlatches itself and reforms into the iron ball that you carry at your side. Scanlan, as you fall to the ground, kind of clasping the floor with your hands and knees, breathing heavily.
I'm assuming this is the stream doing this. Spend
Percival's
drinking,
fingertips.
conversating.
Based on making your way through the tunnel, stealthing in at this moment, it's right about now that the file wears out.
Haha. Just a birthday prank. Is it your birthday?
No.
Oh, got the date wrong. I need to change. I have jizzed in my pants. I'm sorry.
Too much information, thank you.
Have a good evening.
Good evening. Do you walk out the main door? or
The main door,
passage
the main door.
Okay, so you do in fact trigger a bucket.
Oh. Yes!
With a viscous powder that I mixed up, it's basically just a flour base. It's going to be a real pain to wash off.
You are a ghost white, bucket-headed gnome in a silk G-string.
Why? Why did you do it?
For the lulz? I don't know. I'll see you in the morning.
I'm going to block the secret passage. I'm going to shift some furniture and...
By the way, when everyone asks me tomorrow on social media why I did it, same answer.
This was good. Well done, you.
After some disconcerting conversation between the married couple and a shameful walk back to your own chambers, you eventually find yourself coming to rest for the evening. After a full night's sleep, you find yourself with your spells restored, your hit points restored, half your hit dice restored, and an embarrassing morning breakfast before you. As you welcome down to a fine vegan breakfast meal, there on the table, you all have conversations, start plotting and planning, and you hear the gentle footsteps of one slowly approaching Scanlan to the breakfast table.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Didn't sleep well. Sorry. Hey, Percy.
Hi.
What distributor do you get your wine from? Just for just curious.
I don't want to talk about it.
So Vasselheim, huh?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so...
Cool.
Holy shit, only an hour fucking into it. Oh man, that was certainly one of the fucking mansion shenanigans of all time. Oy, oy, oy. I gotta sit down. Oh no! My magic cards almost got crushed by my desk because I haven't been able to put it up in so long that I put them there. All right, now we're into actual D&D. Hooray!
Finishing your meals. What do you guys want to do?
Vasselheim,
You're going to Vasselheim. How are you doing?
Okay,
Vasselheim.
do we have a plan before we get there? Before I teleport us into the middle of a city that might possibly be in the middle of a war zone?
Why don't I go see how much progress he's made, and I stick my skull out the door again and see how far he's gotten.
Okay, make a perception check.
Very good. 30.
Okay, kind of listening to your senses and focusing on the direction. Still traveling, still at a relatively slow pace, as far as like the general distance, but it's making headway. Has traveled throughout the night a number of miles.
We should at least prepare Vasselheim then.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't obviously gotten there, right?
But, and if the Wrath of the Dark God is on its way, they should probably prepare themselves.
You know, so I'm assuming he's traveling with an army?
We would assume. With
Okay.
one eye each.
Oh, God. What if Vasselheim is a show of power?
That would
Be bad.
be likely.
That's all right.
Hey.
Where to in Vasselheim?
How long would it take us to get out? Oh,
Vasselheim seems small enough that it probably doesn't matter, but, so, mansion shenanigans. Critical Role might not have a lot of them in store, hell yeah. Has this scene affected your general opinion on them? No. No, it has not. I mean, look. This was a good scene that happened to be a mansion shenanigan. I do not think that this proves the rule for all future mansion shenanigans, or for all past mansion shenanigans. I think the majority of the time, for me, they were a waste of time. And I also think that part of my issue with mansion shenanigans is that they are so isolated from the world while doing it, right? They kind of go into their own little bubble, their own little warp, and they just interact in it's kind of almost Oasis-like from Ready Player One, where like they interact in an environment that like has no consequences to anything. And for me, that like removal of consequences, except for the ones that are self-contained, was more often than not a negative thing. But I think your mileage may vary on that. I also think that like the just ludicrous safety that it provides, I have like a mechanical problem with. Like I think that the mansion as a spell further unbalances the already like the long rest cycle, which is already hanging by a thread. In terms of like balance in D&D. Like it really limits a DM's options for like how they can present challenge and manage timers and all that. It makes like timers even more important, to the point where I think like if your party has the mansion and they're using it, you as a GM almost are forced into engaging with timers at like an extreme level, whether that is having a large amount of them or having ones that are very pressing, because the safety that the mansion provides means that you cannot use environmental unsafety as a time constraint. Right? Normally, if you're in the middle of a dungeon or the wilderness or whatever, like the fact that you have to camp outside to restore your resources, number one, means you're far less likely to restore those resources, right? You're far less likely to choose to do that because there's inherent risk. You might also like struggle to secure the location, and like depending on the location, you might literally not be able to take a long rest. And those are options at the GM's disposal that the mansion completely wipes off the table. Like, so I have like roleplay issues with it, with the reduction in consequence. I have game balance issues with it just because of how D&D time management is. Like, I think I would dislike the mansion less in something like Daggerheart, where resting gives the GM fear. I still wouldn't love it, but the freedom that it allows the party to just rest wherever and whenever they want, I think is a big negative pressure on like the balance of the game. And it also really messes with the pacing, or it can, if you don't have players that are like really in tune with the pacing and like how things should be paced. If they're not in tune with that sort of thing, it can really mess with that, which I think it often has at CR, but sometimes the players do nail it. Like sometimes the mansion shenanigans are well paced, or they, you know, uncover something and it's not just kind of fuck around time. But so yeah, I'm cool with them riding off into the sunset in terms of mansion shenanigans. Yeah. I think it's very good at breaking tension in this fairly grim arc variety. That's fair enough. Like I think that is a positive. Like yeah, I'll just agree to that. I don't think that balances the scales in my head, but I will fully concede that having an uber safe location to rest does allow for a breakup in tone and for a variety of tone to exist within an otherwise fairly grim arc. That's totally fair. Yeah, like I said, I don't think that balances the scales in my head, but it might in some people's heads. Like if you're having a really tough time, like if your players are very serious and they will not engage in like any form of levity during a serious arc, the mansion could end up being a value positive thing at your table. But I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze at most tables. But I'm open to being wrong about that. Yeah. Why I like the love potion sequence is how completely it Flanderizes Scanlan. It's like Sam took off all the breaks we never knew Scanlan had. It puts into perspective how much he has changed. I will also totally agree to that. Like, on the whole, this was one of my favorite mansion shenanigans scenes. Like, if I had to rank them, this is top 3 instantly without even having to think about it. It might be top 1. Sometimes I'm hesitant to say, like, oh, this is my favorite X, because with these sorts of things, it's hard for me to remember all of them and, like, how I felt about all of them. But I think it's top 3. Top 3 no matter what. The only other mansion scene I can really remember enjoying to a degree is the Fassbender experiments. But even those, I thought, really drug on. And I mean, honestly, I kind of thought this one drug on a little bit. But I think it had a stronger core to it than even the Fassbender scene, so I enjoyed it more. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely think there are, like, positives to the mansion shenanigans, but the positives do not outweigh the negatives to me. Yeah. Functionally forcing Scanlan back into an older version of himself does outline the change. True. Yeah. Yeah, I do think there's a big sort of, it really juxtaposes old Scanlan, new Scanlan, because this is so much more reminiscent of old Scanlan than new Scanlan, like the way that he's behaving. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Everyone on this party seems to have a blast, but I can imagine it can be very frustrating break of pace. It can be. I mean, to G. Hercup's point, it can be positive. Like, it can be a positive break in pace. But I think especially the restrictions that it puts on the GM in, like, mostly mechanically, I think are pretty ubiquitously bad. And then the roleplay stuff is a much more mixed bag. Like, I feel somewhat confident, I'd be open to arguments, but I feel somewhat confident that, like, mechanically, I think it's a bad presence at the table. I think it makes it just harder for the GM to tell a balanced and coherent story in the way that they would want to. From the RP perspective, I think it's a lot more complicated and a bit of a mixed bag. There can be some distinct positives to it, like the break in tone can be really positive. It can also be very jarring, right? Being able to go in and just fuck around. Like, I remember the beginning of the Chroma Conclave arc. I was getting really frustrated with how often they were breaking tone, right? And throughout the Chroma Conclave arc in general, I found the break in tone very frustrating. It felt like it was not responsible for, but at least contributing to a lot of the issues with that arc for me. I think it's one of the things that made that arc really drag as a whole. Combined with Matt's reluctance to really enforce hard timers during that arc. I think that the combination of those two really characterized the Chroma Conclave arc in a poor way for me. But here, I think the tonal break is very nice because it has been pretty grim for a while, and it gave them a nice time to, like you said, blow off some steam. So that's a mixed bag for me. That's why, like, ultimately I come down on the negative side, because when I combine the role play, which I think is mixed to a wash, with the mechanical, which I think is much more negative, that's why I land negative. But your mileage may vary. What do you think of Tiny Hut or Rope Trick, which are weaker versions of the mansion? I'm much more down with them. Rope Trick, I think, has a short enough duration, if I remember correctly, that I'm okay with it. because it doesn't allow for a long rest. Rope trick. Let me remind myself. Rope trick, yeah, rope trick only lasts for an hour, so you can't take a long rest in there. I think that's a big part of my problem with the mansion, is that it is long rest capable. Rope trick is not. Tiny hut, I believe, is, but tiny hut also has ways around it, right? Yeah, it's an emanation. Creatures within the animation, when you cast a spell, can move through it freely. All other creatures. I mean, I think one of the good things about Tiny Hut, it is long rest capable, but it is also visible. I like it more than the mansion, to be sure. I think I would prefer if it was like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Like make it short rest capable, sure. But long rest capable, like I said, I like it more that it is visible, like other creatures that you're around can see that the hut exists and have the potential to like surround it, which is only the case with the mansion if they watch the mansion goers walk in. And even then, they might not know that, you know, they went into an extra dimensional space. They might think that they like teleported, right? So I like Tiny Hut and Rope Trick more than the mansion. I think the mansion is just like the best of all worlds, right? It needs to have some kind of weakness to at least a degree. Yeah. Sitting in Matt's seat, everything hinges on what I had planned for the session, whether I love or hate it. I think fuck around scenes like this are actually really good for the game. People don't play D&D as an intellectual exercise. They do it for fun, and this is fun. I think it can be fun. The question is, how much does it degrade the rest of the experience? Right? Like, I'm never questioning that the Critical Role cast is having fun during these scenes. The question is whether or not it makes the rest of the game less engaging, less enjoyable, less interesting. And for me, it does. Like, the trade-off is just not there. I think it makes the rest of the game less enjoyable. And not just, like, not specifically for me, like, running the scene. Like, it wouldn't be a problem to run one of these scenes. It'd be easy. I mean, it'd be very easy. Like, you basically have to do nothing as the GM. You just kind of sit back and let the players take the reins. But if I have to plan around them having access to the mansion, that is going to flatten and simplify a lot of the options that I have as a GM. And that's not necessarily the mansion's fault. That is long resting and time management in D&D's fault. So, like I said, like, you know, there are other games that I think the mansion would fit better in. I think Blades in the Dark, mansion's not even a problem. Like, mansion's like kind of not 0% a problem in Blades in the Dark, but like pretty near 0% a problem. Just because of the way that the game handles resource regeneration. Because of the way it handles that, I don't have a problem. I would, work with my players on pacing, and I would probably experiment a little bit to try and figure out that kind of pacing and those concerns, but I think that a lot of the downside disappears in a game like Blades. It's lessened in a game like Daggerheart, but still exists. And the majority of the downside is firmly 5e rooted. Yeah. It might be dragging from the optimal session pacing perspective, but the players are still enjoying it. So yeah. I mean, they're definitely enjoying it. It all depends on, does it make them enjoy other things less? Which I think in like the case of Chroma Conclave, I think that's the case. Like, I think there were other ways to introduce fuck around, because I totally agree that fuck around sessions are necessary. It's why I talk about like ant stomp combats. I don't mind bar scenes, like let's go to the bar and fuck around and get drunk scenes. Like, I started out the campaign not really loving those, but I like those substantially more than I like the mansion. So it's, yeah, I think you're making good points, but none that really sway me in the direction of liking it. I think there are definitely positives. Yeah. Some people love blow-off sessions. Some of the audience may have literally paid hoping to get one. I also think, I think that the live shows are much more likely to have blow-off segments just because of the incentives of audience interaction there. But yeah, that's another thing. It's self-directed. Players can stop whenever they get bored. True. Yeah. I think those sorts of blow-off environments are very nice. I just don't like the mansion in particular. Yeah. Self-directed RP is good in general. It exercises immersion. It does. I think that there's a balance to it. It's kind of like working out, or lifting weights or whatever. Like, it's really good for you. And it's like a good thing to train, and it makes you stronger in general. But it might be pretty hard to get into for some people. I don't think it's like super beginner friendly without someone kind of taking your hand and walking you through it. Because and it also, I think, can depend on player count. I've become very aware of like the narrative weight that I'm placing on my players, that when I only have 3 of them as opposed to 4 or 5, when there is a lot of narrative weight placed on the players, I think self-directed RP can be much harder and much more stressful for them and much less enjoyable, frankly. That, of course, depends on the player, their comfortability with self-directed roleplay. But it can be a challenge. Now, Critical Role, 7 players, 6, way less narrative weight on each of their shoulders. I mean, literally, compared to my table, literally half of the narrative weight being placed on their shoulders. So I think that self-directed RP is something that is much more, how do I say this? Much more like purely positive, or much easier to engage with, or much easier to get the positive out of when you're at a table with 6 players as opposed to 3. So to that extent, I think that the mansion is better at the Critical Role table than it would be at the standard 4-player table. Because self-directed RP, I think, is harder at those sorts of tables. It's complicated. It's certainly complicated. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Wait, we chartered that boat. Do we care about those people?
Also professional actors.
Are we just going to leave them in the middle of the ocean?
No, they only did a break for us for a couple days, and then they were going to head back.
Yeah, they would assume we drowned.
Yeah.
Okay, fair argument.
Yeah, you gather that probably when they drove a bunch of yahoos out in the middle of the ocean to dive under a volcano in the ocean, that they did not expect you to return.
Yeah.
We did put a $500 gold holding deposit on.
We're not gonna get a
an
deposit.
incidental that we will not get back.
It's gonna do
I
you
think the
credit.
destruction of the
I will also note, as one final notation about like how I'm interpreting it, I think, how do I say this? I'm thinking a lot more about, how do I say it? I have a GMing perspective bias, right? Like, I have a bias from sitting in the GM seat. So I see a lot of the constraints that it puts onto GMs, and I don't get to experience as much of the fun and enjoyment. Now, I see it being experienced, and I try to keep that in mind, but there's a bias there of, like, I'm not getting to personally experience as much of that. Now, there's still, like, a lot of enjoyment from just, like, watching the players fuck around. Like, absolutely. But, you know, take my word with maybe a slight grain of salt in there, in that I experience the negatives much more personally than I experience the positives. So that could absolutely be skewing my evaluation here.
maybe more important than 500 gold. I know.
Quick, cast lesser restoration on yourself.
Okay, it'd probably take us a while to get up and out into a tree, right? I'm just kind of being a little selfish with my, like, upper level spells.
No, I
you
feel
know?
it. I feel it.
Yeah, it's just,
We can find a tree. It's not
Up and
that far.
out to it, like up the volcano, up the water.
Oh yeah, there's no finding a tree.
Okay, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's go. Let's just plane ships.
Yeah, it's an arduous
Plane
journey back
ships.
to any.
A lot of your advice is basically on how to direct players, and here they do the D&D on their own. It's like magic. It is my... Oh, I'll really try to get out of this hole, but I think it's an interesting hole. So I'm not like that. So I don't have that like big of a desire to get out of it. But my problem with the mansion is its isolation in a lot of ways. So even when we're talking about self-directed D&D or like the players like doing things on their own, I like that quite a lot more when it is actually in the world. I think that it has a lot more positive effects on how the players engage with the world. Essentially going into a bunker that is totally separate from the story, the world that they're living in, like needing to do, or not needing to do, but doing that blow off RP, like self-directed RP stuff in an environment that is essentially completely separated from the world besides their characters. That's the part that I'm, even within the RP side of things, that's the part I'm really more concerned about, is that level of separation. Now, to caveat my own point, I do think that level of separation can make the self-directed RP easier, but it also inherently restricts it. They can't interact with NPCs, they can't interact with stable environments and like actually have an impact on the world in that way. Like, I love having blow-off sessions. I love having sessions where my players just fuck around. We had a whole festival sequence where one of my players went and like, you know, played games. One of them was like kind of fucking like scanning the crowd, but even though they weren't like really scanning it for anything, they were just role-playing how their character is still kind of stressed out about the situation that they find themselves in. One of the other characters was trying to get them to loosen up. And all of that, all of the possibilities for RP, I also think are kind of hamstrung and flattened. So it's a much easier and much more, it's a lot less friction towards the RP, but the capabilities, what the RP can demonstrate, I think is more limited because it is so separated. Like it might as well not have, like, even be in the show, right? Like, it doesn't have anything to do with, it can't have any impact on the rest of the world, except in how it changes the characters, potentially. But when we're talking about blow-off RP, it's probably not changing the characters fundamentally all that much. That's more the domain of serious RP, although, you know, asterisk, you can definitely change during fun and comedic RP. I'm just talking about what I think the average is. So it's that isolation and that cutoff that makes me a little bit more hesitant about it. I think that GMs should think about blow-off sessions a lot more. Like, I think that it is like an important component of TTRPGs. But I think that the mansion and that environment to host it in has a lot of downsides, not just mechanically, but also in terms of the ability to interact and like the separation that it makes you feel, right? To a degree, I think that the characters act pretty different in the mansion than they do out in the real world. It's not to the level of like two different characters by any stretch, but it is almost embodying a like what we do in the dark type trope, but there's not that much of that trope to explore when your party is still there with you, so you're not truly in the dark, and your actions can't really have long-standing consequences. So even like what you do in the dark is your options for what you do are themselves limited. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of your imagine the net describing interactions between players at the table. It would be heavily weighted towards the DM. It's rare that the DM is not involved in a scene, at least as the environment. I agree. It is quite rare. This could get me down a line of like why I think it's kind of important to have a home base, and I think that the wandering vagrancy that D&D encourages is actually one of its big weaknesses as a system. You know, I talked about its strengths earlier that I love of D&D. I think that the kind of ignoring the murder part, but the hobo part that D&D encourages, I think is actually a weakness. I think that having a home base that your players can learn about and like learn to know to a degree that the GM doesn't have to be as involved is like a good overall strategy. My players have a ship where that is broadly the case. Although I then tried to introduce more mechanics, and I think that was a mistake because it kind of fucked with their home base. Anyways, yeah. Like, and I was definitely like, this opinion of mine is absolutely inspired by Blades. Like, Blades has an explicit hideout where kind of nothing can happen to it. Like, it is mansion-esque, but it is still planted very firmly within the world. It has to be in a specific district. You can talk and narrate about like the things going on around it and outside of it. It's this personal location that the players build up, right? They expand it, they decorate it, right? The mansion, not only do I have a problem with it being so isolated from the rest of the world, but I have a problem with the kind of free-form wave your hand creation that can go on within it, right? It is not planted within the physical world. Scanlan can have all these servants. He can rearrange rooms at will. That's cool. But I don't think it's as good for encouraging investment within the world, right? I want my players to be able to blow off steam at an actual location. Like, I loved the tavern scene in Whitestone. Around the time I think it's when the Meat Man showed up. And then there's like Percy and, yes, because it's Percy and Grog and Chaude. That's very much like a blow-off sequence in that tavern. But I liked it substantially more than I liked most of the mansion sequences. Not just because the DM is able to like be involved with the NPC of it all. Even if they had never interacted with the NPCs, I would still like it quite a lot more because there's at least the chance for them to interact with the environment should they so desire. I really want an OSP trope talk about home bases hideouts. I kind of agree. That would be kind of sick. But yeah. So, I don't know. My feelings are complex, but I don't want all of that to be taken as me disagreeing about, like, what my advice is. A lot of my advice is how to direct the players. Like, I completely agree with that. I definitely view it, and, like, part of my DMing philosophy, I think, was summed up very well by Brennan Lee Mulligan, talking about like water falling downhill. Like, you want the characters to feel like they're taking the most direct route, even while you are taking your players on a very roundabout journey, right? You don't want the water to fall straight downhill. It's your job to like put up barriers to make the water take an interesting path while having that interesting path be the shortest path from the water's perspective. So I definitely think that is like the core of a lot of my advice. But I still don't think, I think there's a lot of things that the mansion does that are good and maybe not rooted in that like kind of layer of analysis. But I also think there are ways that I prefer higher or I prefer more to accomplish those things. Even if they are a little bit harder and have a little bit higher friction to them, I think that friction is like overall a good trade-off. Yeah. God, I love how Brennan describes DMing. He just has a way with words. He is so able to communicate complex ideas in very concise and specific wording. It's something I am so extremely jealous of. I am so jealous of, and it's something I try to work on quite a lot. I think that, like, I have a strength of just being able to talk. Like, I can just continue generating words on a topic forever. But I wish I was able to communicate with the conciseness and the precision that Brennan communicates with. It's really aspirational to me, especially when it comes to D&D. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
Wanted to talk that one out, you know.
Yeah. I'm playing ship in Vasselheim.
Yeah.
All right, so playing ship to Vasselheim. Yeah. As you guys encircle your hands again once more, Keyleth, you focus on whereabouts in Vasselheim? In this
Trial
place.
Forge?
Or Melora's tree, maybe?
Residual magic.
We'll never know. We'll
Trial
never know we
Forge?
lost. Okay.
Trial Forge?
Where will you not get arrested?
No one's going to even notice me. Yeah, I mean, like, they were all ringing the bells and running around and getting prepared and stuff. Yeah, and if for some reason somebody's like, that guy punched me in the face, we'll just punch them.
I agree with this plan.
Yeah. Trial Forge.
Trial Forge.
All right. With that, you close your eyes. Beneath your breath, you recite the incantation. With that, you feel your body suddenly sucked into a dark void and thrust through the absence of space. And within a moment's time, before you can adjust to the sudden cold and dark, vacuous void around you, your feet hit hard ground. Your eyes focus again to the light. And you glance around in the center streets of the, not actually directly at the Trial Forge, but in the, we got music funny.
Oh, that's cool.
In the streets around the Braving Grounds. You can see the smokestacks from the Trial Forge just over the distance. You also notice that the sky above you is deep, dark gray clouds. It's as if there is a perpetual eclipse almost placed upon this ground. You look around in all directions and you just see this roiling gray cloud cluster that just encompasses the entirety of the sky above you. What should be mid-morning or midday, it's blotted out by the storm. Rainfall is absent, and you see flashes of lightning occasionally framing strange shapes in clouds, whether by illusion or by a trick of your mind. You swear you see shifting darkness and forms, images in the clouds, giant faces silently screaming, hundreds of feet across that extend and push out of the clouds, then draw back into the sky. Massive hands that push against them, only to slowly recede moments later. You blink and they're gone, leaving you unsettled regardless and uncertain as to whether or not that was just you, or if everyone can see this. As your focus shifts from the sky above, you look around and you can see bastions are stationed all across the perimeter walls of Vasselheim. You see a large ballista mounted and armed as watchers scour the distant horizon at all sides, looking for any sign of something in the distance, making its way towards the city, based on the warning you previously gave. Unlit beacons sit at every major structure and juncture of the stone walls, awaiting the burning sign that an assault has spotted. Militia and armored guard move with haste to stations across the city quarters. You can feel the air of war permeating the streets. The streets are far emptier than you recall, with stragglers returning to their homes with carts full of rations, produce, and weapons. Fear grips their face as they pass by. You glance off to your left and you can see a wiry old man in the corner, his tangled silver and blonde hair bouncing with fervor as he shouts out, "The reckoning of our opulence has come! The gods are away and the price of our hubris comes to consume us." But no one's paying him mind, his tattered bones just jangling his knees across each other as he makes his way through the streets, his face just a glance of utter despair. You notice an argument between two bastards and a middle-aged bearded man who is painting a familiar symbol on his front door, not too far from where you stand. A 5-year-old girl cries and clings to his leg. What do you do?
What is the symbol?
Make a perception check.
I'll make a perception check. Let's see if you'll roll a 1 again. No, that's much better. 28.
Glancing at this distance, you see a familiar and striking shape. It is a haphazardly drawn circle with a dark reddish purple paint and a small line and a pronged fork. 4 prongs painted up against this wall.
Oh, hell no.
What is that?
He's painting on the door, the guy in the city is?
The father figure.
It could be to pass over their house.
Yes.
Pass over.
That's the Vecna symbol, right?
Yeah.
Sensing the distance of Vecna, he's still far to the northwest of here. What was once a few hundred miles is now shortly, about 200 or so, and getting lesser and lesser.
Should we go up and talk to that guy? Maybe one of us. Maybe not all of us. You there.
As you make the shot, the soldiers are currently arguing with him. One says, "You welcome this rubbish? Are you one of them cook believers?" And the father is just angrily singing in his face, says, "You mind your business. I have no love for this, but if these dreams are true, I must protect my family."
Dreams.
They turn and look at you as you approach.
What dreams?
The soldier's going to take a step back with a look of recognition across you as you step forward with your white dragon scale armor. They know not to approach, and there is seemingly a sense of knowing who you are, at least, from the legends that are told amongst the streets of Vasselheim. The father turns to you, and seeing your lordly approach and a strong voice immediately, the nightmares I've had, and I'm not the first. This symbol, it scares me, but if something comes like they say it is, I must let it know we have no quarrel, to leave my family be.
This symbol will not protect you.
How do you know this?
Because I know his followers. They won't have mercy. They'll gouge out eyes, remove your hand, and make you one of them.
Make a persuasion check, please.
Okay, hold on.
It's interesting. The whole, like, stuff roiling out of the clouds. I'm kind of on. Like, it's fine. It's a little, I guess, public for my taste. On the other hand, I really like the idea of them getting bad dreams. I think dreams are an awesome way to communicate a negative or positive kind of spiritual aura. Because they are inherently untrustworthy and inherently symbolic and metaphorical in many ways. And in order to understand them, we have to inherently interpret them. And they are totally imperceptible to anyone else. So I really like the dream aspect of this. I think it's really, and I think that like people reacting in different ways to the dream, like saying like, oh, we have to paint the symbol so that they know we're on their side and they know they'll hopefully pass over us. Totally like reasonable and interesting and cool way for a populace member to interact. I think it's a little bit stranger if everyone can see the shit in the clouds. Like, if everyone can see the shit in the clouds, like, I don't know. The drama between citizens of, like, what are you doing? You shouldn't be doing that feels a little bit more, like, unimpactful or, like, flat to me, I suppose. Just because, like, clearly something's going on. If something's, like, roiling out of the clouds. Now, I know that Matt said you're not sure if everyone sees this or if only you see it. But I think it would be kind of, I don't know. At least my intuition would be that it would be strange for all of Vox Machina to be able to see it and no one else. That'd be a little bit odd to me. I mean, maybe it's reflective of their overall power, and so maybe, you know, other people are only getting the dreams. They're not able to see the shit in the sky. Who knows? Yeah, I think that's maybe a good way to phrase it. Someone stole my handle of, like, the rest was really nice, but the evil faces in the clouds are a bit too exaggerated. It's giving campy supervillain, not undead apocalypse. Yeah, it's giving a little bit like, oh, like, there's not going to be any disagreement here. There's not going to be nuance in how people react to this. Whereas the dreams, I'm really like, oh yeah, like, there's a lot of nuance in how people could react to those. Some people might deny having the dreams because they're so scared of them, right? There's a very reasonable interpretation that whoever has the dreams is marked and is being, like, influenced. And so someone denying to have the dreams is, like, I think a very reasonable tact. Someone painting the symbol, I think, is a very reasonable tact. So, and, you know, if Matt wanted to present, like, a united Vasselheim, scary faces in the clouds, everything's dark, everyone's, you know, rushing to prepare, even I think the Heimsker-esque figure, railing about the opulence of the modern age, it still makes sense within that perspective. But I don't know. People like having differing interpretations of like what is gonna happen when there are scary faces in the clouds. It rings a little bit less believable to me. It's like having division within the populace doesn't ring as believable to me when there are scary faces in the clouds. Like, even if I have a scary dream and I see scary faces in the clouds, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't ring as believable that someone might think like, hey, this, I can get out of this sort of thing. I don't know. I don't think Vecna's going for subtlety. It's more like a scare tactic to cause panic. Yeah, maybe. I think I also think this is a thing. Vecna has a stat block. You know what I'm saying? And like, if he can cause this stuff in the clouds, this is just like a thing that just happens, or that he can just do, right? If he's like purposefully inflicting this, it's raising his power, or it's introducing like a new soft power that I don't think will be like relevant ever again. And we've never seen it before. It doesn't seem to be just like a passive effect of his aura. Whereas the dreams, I'm much more willing to believe those are just like, that's just a passive effect of his like aura, right? Dreams are mysterious. They're not in the physical world like a cloud is. We don't perceive them with our eyes like we do with clouds, right? The cloud visions ground his power much more while introducing this very like soft power. I think that's why it comes off a little bit more super villainy to me, at least, is because it's kind of just this like soft kind of, he can kind of just do whatever, even though that's probably not going to be used ever again. It's just for this. And that I get a little bit about in D&D, whereas dreams are kind of inherently soft, so having a kind of soft power to just not even directly influence dreams, but just like you being nearby passively influences dreams, that's believable to me. We don't know shit about dreams, even in the modern day. We definitely didn't know shit about dreams in the medieval Renaissance era. Right, like these are dreams are like a soft magical aspect like of our existence. We can find indications about them in neural research, but we're not entirely sure why they happen. And so I love influencing that as like the soft thing, because it's also not something that will be like relevant when you fight. Right. But Vecna being able to make the dark and scary faces in the clouds is like, okay, he either has like a decent amount of like elemental control, or they are illusory and he can create crazy huge illusory images, like way bigger illusory images than anything we've ever seen possible. He's almost like hallucinatory terraining the clouds, right? And so that's introducing that, and we'll see if it gets brought back up. If it gets brought back up and it's actually used during his combat, I'll kind of eat my words. Like, I think that would be an interesting way to take this. This is just foreshadowing one of his powers that will come up during the fight. That could be very interesting. Personally, I don't know that seems super likely to me. And I also don't think that like even it being hallucinatory terrain or something, or skyrite, sure. I don't know. To me, doesn't really seem like Vecna's bag. If I'm being real. He doesn't seem like the shock and awe type. He seems like the power type. Like, I don't know. I don't see him, or at least the way that he's been displayed to me and the way that I'm interpreting him, I don't see a lot of... I mean, I guess maybe he would do it to try and get more followers, which does seem to be a core component of being a god. So by purposefully scaring the population, he is like trying to garner that. That could make sense. I don't know. I mean, like, mechanically, you can make it work that, like, Vecna could do this. I'm not doubting Vecna can do this. The dream stuff is the more, like, you have to, you know, there's no, like, clear way that I think Vecna could affect the dreams of everyone in town, unless it's just a custom feature. So, I mean, you can make the scary faces in the clouds work. It's more that beyond them working mechanically, I don't know. There's something about the tone of it that I can't quite... kind of thought I would find it by talking through it. I can't really place what it is. Like, what makes the scary faces kind of feel more eye-rolly to me than the dreams. The dreams feel way scarier to me. I'm not really a horror enthusiast, if that's not coming off. I'm not really, like... I don't know. I'm not really that into horror. It always kind of feels a little bit silly to me. And maybe that is the thing. Maybe that is just like the opinion I'm going to put out there beyond what I really have the experience and the exposure to more critically analyze. Yeah, the faces just kind of feel like eye-rolly whatever to me. I'm just like, nah, okay. It doesn't impact me at all. But the dreams, I don't know. Something about them feels more personal and scary and like if I saw, like, scary faces in the clouds, I'm like, oh, no. I don't know. It really, I'm just like, oh, no, something bad's coming. But if something's, like, invading my dreams and, like, influencing them, that's way more terrifying to me. So maybe it is just, like, ultimately the scary faces just don't scare me. That might be the long and short of it. I don't know. Yeah. Why am I in Comic Sans? It's not Comic Sans, but it's because I've been having trouble with the chat functionality. It could be environment reacting to God walking the earth. Oh, it totally could. I just don't. Yeah, I think I just don't care about it. Like, again, there's plenty of ways to, like, justify it. It just doesn't. It feels kind of like, okay, Vecna, like. Like, it makes me kind of want to pat Vecna on the head and be like, oh, you really tried. Like, I don't know. It doesn't, yeah, like, I think when it's juxtaposed against the dreams, I'm like, yeah, the dreams are way more interesting. I don't really know that I can, like, come to, like, a firm resolution on why. But, yeah. Evil God influencing dreams is very Lovecraftian, which, to be fair, in the horror that I read, I do gravitate towards, like, Lovecraftian horror, like cosmic horror. So that's fair. It might just be a personal taste thing. Maybe this is very frightening to people that aren't me. I don't know. It's implying that his existence influences the collective subconscious, that the fundamental nature of reality is being stirred by the ascension. Yeah! Yeah, that's absolutely. I agree. The gods have been out judging all the world for centuries. Surely it would be quite scary for one to come back. We don't see other gods doing stuff like this. Well, no. I mean, like, feasibility is not the issue. It is more like, I just don't care. It seems like a waste of power to me. If you considered you're a jaded expert user and players and audiences are easily owned by wowed by big gestures, pff, maybe. Yeah, this is maybe like a big personal taste moment. Because the more I'm talking through it, the more I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe that's scary. It's just not scary to me at all.
17?
Okay. He looks at you for a moment, his eyes keen with fear in his face. You're certain of this, my lady?
Yes.
Will you protect us?
We'll do our best. That's what we're here for.
Looks past you, the rest of your companions, all looking well armed and definitely capable. Looks down and kind of rubs the hair of his little girl, her sandy blonde hair, kind of curled up and a bit dirty, looking down from her gaze up to you. He goes, I trust you. And he takes the tattered paintbrush he was using and immediately just smears across the symbol, destroying it.
Right.
Come,
Yeah,
Gloria.
God, I hope that works.
He goes inside with his daughter before he closes the door. Thank you. Please help. Pulls the rest of the card in and closes the door behind with a slam. The two guards kind of awkwardly look at each other and back to you. Thank you. Be safe, and they both wander off.
I don't think they noticed you, Rob.
Man, I'm fucking slick.
So, knowing the location, you're not that far.
I think that's also like part of like the tonal weirdness of this to me is like, I guess, yeah, I'm just like not that scared by the faces, but also like there's a lot of levity. There's like a lot of like levity within this scene, which, I mean, not to continue the mansion conversation, but like, that's part of the reason that I, can be a little bit careful with when we do blow off stuff and whatever. Like, these are like a father and her daughter, like scared for her life. Vex said one thing to them. They said, thank you. And then the guard said thank you, and then we're done, and everyone claps, and I don't know. It all feels very simplistic to me. I don't know. A couple of my previous posts didn't go through. I'm not sure why. It would be like there haven't been any moderation actions taken. I did fix being on top chat, I think. Well, actually, let me see. Yeah. I'm on live chat. So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes YouTube's just weird with like auto nixing messages. Every time I have blocked someone or muted someone, I have said it out loud. So I guess take that for what it's worth. If you're actually muted or blocked, you'll probably know. I can't guarantee that for all time, but at least while the chat's about this size, I can, yeah. Yeah. Falling in the sky surely counts as a miracle, which is a divine purview. Sure. It's just not that scary to me. It really like wants me like it reminds me of like a Justice League villain. Like an old or like the old like Batman cartoon type villain. Which is to say, not a villain I'm taking super seriously. But then the scene directly following that is everyone being super duper serious about it. And like Matt, like I think trying to instill this rather dark tone, but then just kind of breezing through like a resolution. I don't know. The tone is a little bit off for me. And I know that Matt can do horror. Like, I found a lot of Age of Umbra, like, pretty scary. I don't doubt that, like, Matt has that capability. I don't know. I guess this one just isn't really hitting for me. I think it's part of the fact that it's a live show. I think part of it's the mansion beforehand. I think it's the specific choices. It's all kind of just like blending together into a soup of like, I don't really care. But I don't know. Do you think the audience for it is the players or the whole populace? I mean, that's a question we'll never really know, right? I think Matt rightfully says that he considers his players first before his audience. But also, that's the thing that you should say, even if you're considering the audience first. So it's hard for me to know. I can't know Matthew Mercer's heart. to me, it didn't work on any level, like, or on either level. Like, if I imagine myself as a player or an audience member, I'm kind of like, okay, what? Like, it just doesn't impact me. But I think that's like a me personal thing. No, I don't mean the audience of the show. I mean the population of the city in world. Oh. I mean, assuming that it's a purposeful action, which I think it could also, like, in fiction, it could just be like an effect of his presence. But assuming that it's like a specific action, I think it's probably for the city. Because he does need to recruit followers. Like, that is a component of godhood within Exandria, is having a base of worship. And clearly it was working, right? Like, you know, the guy that was painting the symbol referenced the dreams. But, you know, maybe there are other people that are being scared into subservience by the clouds. That's possible. So I do think, like, if I think about it purely in fiction, it is, if it's purposeful, it is probably to try and garner following from the members, from the citizens of Vasselheim, is what I would guess. If I was, like, trying to guess at Vecna's motivations.
From the quad roads juncture between the different areas. You can go further towards the Trial Forge, or back towards the center where the quad roads meets between that and where the Platinum Sanctuary, the Platinum Dragon section is. There is the temple to Sarenrae, where you left Pike previously. What do you wish to do?
Is the crazy guy, the crazy zealot, still running around?
Yeah, he seems to be just kind of scattered through the streets. He's maybe 60 feet above, still shouting obscenities and weird doom-saying prophecies.
I walk up to him.
Okay, as he's shouting his time, he will come! He will destroy us! Phew! He will destroy you too! I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
I believe you. I've seen it too.
Good. And save yourself. Run. Run far.
Wait. How did he talk to you?
In my mind, in my dreams, he comes. He says it's inevitable. The clouds, they come as the first warning. The first seal broken. The sky has already left us. The sun is gone.
Okay, yeah, no, accurate. Yeah.
Beware the undying king!
Okay, yeah.
Is he already gone?
He's running away.
Man, I don't know how to deal with that type of abrasive personality.
Yeah, maybe like,
I'm sorry.
it's best to, like, let people not give him power, because the more people believe in him, the stronger of a god he becomes,
Definitely,
right?
definitely. But that guy resisted. He like knew, but
Definitely
others
did.
didn't. So,
Right.
and he was crazy.
Could you maybe make the sun reappear?
I don't know. Can I do like a nature check to see if this is
A collective sky effect would be more scary than me personally dreaming. Yeah, we're different. We're different. I don't know. Maybe it's the Kansan in me. I don't know. But scary faces in the clouds. Especially if I live in Vasselheim and, you know, it's the city of the gods, whatever. I'm like, oh, like, they're affecting the environment. Okay. Like, we'll be safe behind the walls. But if he's invading my dreams while I sleep, it makes me feel less safe because I'm being personally affected. So it makes it feel like his reach is so vast and so ever present that I'm not even safe in my dreams. The clouds aren't doing anything to me. Like, again, maybe this is like the I don't care about tornadoes in me. But, like, yeah, the sky looking scary, I'm like, whatever. Like, my family used to go out on the porch to watch tornadoes. Like, if they were a sufficient distance away, we were safe. But, like, yeah, tornado watching's like a Wichita specialty. Go out, crack a beer, watch the tornado pass by, watch it touch down, take a shot every time it touches down. 100%. So that could also be why the sky changing specifically, I'm kind of like, who cares? I don't know. But that's a natural phenomena, and the whole thing is that it is not natural. I mean, I don't know. I guess. Like, the tornado has a chance to actually hurt me, even as a natural phenomenon. I think the dreams just have a personal aspect to them that make me feel very, like, personally violated, right? That would be much, much worse to me. Wouldn't actually break your reality, but this is breaking their reality. I mean, I think that's assuming that they live in a reality where they have never seen any form of miracle or magic before. Like, this isn't fundamentally changing their understanding of how the cosmos works. It's just an evil god, right? Like, it's like, oh, an evil divine figure is causing this. Like, yeah, just because I've never seen that particular thing happen before. They live in Vasselheim. They've certainly seen some manner of unnatural magic. I mean, fuck, the Meridia, or nature goddess. Like, her entire, like, quadrant of Vasselheim is permanently in summer. Like, they are inundated with, like, things that would break our reality, but that are, you know, quite normal and natural. Like, they all believe that the gods, like, literally exist. If we were to see this in real life, it would be like, oh man, never seen anything even approximating that before. But for Vasselheim, it certainly would be scary. Like, don't get me wrong. I would be scared of it if I was, like, it would freak me out if I was actually in it. But I think the dreams would be much scarier to me. And they're much scarier for me to consider outside of the reality. I was more bringing up the tornadoes as, like, a guess as to why it doesn't scare me. I don't know. That's just a theory. It's true, the topic came back around to tornadoes almost as the conversation is being spun around like the wind.
It's like above my capabilities, or if I could counteract.
It's definitely an unnatural form of weather pattern. You get the sense that this is itself kind of a minor miracle.
A minor miracle?
Minor miracle. Well, yeah, the sky that stretches beyond all sides of the horizon is of similar, strange, roiling cloud doom.
Is it like Ghostbusters?
Yeah, Ghostbusters. It's very similar, yeah, like we're talking top of tower, just curling ink clouds out to each side.
All right.
Traveling with vast speed.
And see, is Ghostbusters, like, super scary? I don't know. Ghostbusters is, like, primarily a comedy to me. But maybe I just have a different, like, feel for horror.
In almost all directions. You see no plain single path in which they're traveling. They're just emanating.
This seems like a minor miracle.
Yeah. Can you miracle more?
I could maybe try to carve out just a patch of sunlight above us, but I don't think it would be anything more than a morale boost at this point.
If we did it at a temple, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe above the Sarenrae temple.
He's bearing down on us. We need to tell Pike. We need to warn the authorities. We need to tell the Temple of Bahamut.
We have to keep people from defecting to him. The more people that he has, the more of his symbols that get spread around out of fear, the more he'll win.
Right, but we can only either spread the word that we're going to resist or spread the word that it's about time to fight. We can only do one or the other.
He's coming.
Let's do both.
One way or another.
Oh, I turned to one of the guards of Vasselheim.
One of them's rushing past. He has like a cluster of spears and one.
Sir? If there was a universal sign of Vasselheim, a symbol of Vasselheim, or a sign to fight, what would it be?
I mean, there is no universal symbol. There are many symbols in Vasselheim. All the various divinities that lie here have their own symbol.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was like a rally or a cry or something that you all universally believed in. There's got to be something, a symbol of Vasselheim.
Vasselheim is a divided and united city as well.
All right, you know what? Never mind. Jeez, your politics. Okay, you know what? Let me.
A strange glint of a glare towards your larger Goliath friend. And right as he begins to squint, you hear a voice off in the distance go, "Lieutenant, we need you!" Right away. And he rushes off and spears under his arm.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
So close.
For nothing. Okay, let me just maybe some sort of sign will help them.
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's if we're going to make the sun.
Let's do it at the Temple of Sarenrae.
All right, well, the Temple of Sarenrae.
Let's go
Okay.
see Spike.
You make your way to the temple, you enter the interior, and you can see most everyone's in kind of silent prayer. They're all kind of either holding hands or kind of clutching close to the smaller kin, these renewed worshippers of the Everlight. Glancing around, you don't see Pike currently in the vicinity. All you see is one of the head priests, Corline, is currently off to the side, is tending to a few folks in the interior.
Pike!
Corline looks over and sees you guys too.
Oh,
Rushes up to you.
I'm sorry, she's not here. She went to the Platinum Sanctuary. Apparently there's a discussion, a meeting of some kind.
Right now.
Well, right now, she left not but an hour ago.
Okay, go.
Yeah, we
Go
go.
there. Thank you.
Of course. So walking up the endless...
Okay, redirecting them, because I was in the middle of typing. Like, if I had to guess, I don't think that, like, shaping public morale is probably the challenge that Matt was going for here. It's interesting. Like, it's an interesting... excuse me. It's an interesting path to go down. And I totally get why the players' minds went there. But but it'd be very hard if you weren't prepped for it. Like, I'm trying to think of how I would improv something like that. And it would be difficult to run that as a satisfying challenge if I wasn't prepped for it. If I was prepped, like if I had the time to prep for it, I can imagine making that like an interesting challenge and really thinking about like, okay, what is it going to actually take to sway opinion? Like that is interesting. It's you know, a little soft, but like it's kind of like an elevated at scale social encounter, which is definitely interesting. But if you're not prepped for it, I don't know. I think it would depend on the GM. I would find it quite challenging to improv. So, if you're in my shoes and finding it quite challenging to improv, I think Matt is doing good at redirecting them in. Of like, hey, Pike's at this meeting at the Platinum Sanctuary. Now that might have been planned. That might have been improv. Not sure, but just being like, hey, you know, go to the Platinum Sanctuary. There's going to be all these important people. You're going to be able to get the most up-to-date kind of high-level information, which is ultimately what the players really care about. Like, there is some value to, like, just talking to folks on the street, both, like, in reality and in D&D. But in terms of, like, what's going to give you an ultimate sense of direction, it is probably talking to higher-level management. Especially at this point in the campaign, you know, at the level that they're at, you need to understand the kind of high-level dynamics of what's going on. And so Matt consolidating all of the high-level people into one location, I think is a solid move. There could have been a lot, I think very reasonably, a GM could have not prepared that and just had all of the different leaders like coordinating from their own like war bases or their own like HQs. And that could have been a confusing pain to run. That's actually kind of what I was expecting, is them like jumping around between all of these different people to try and like get a sense of the situation. But having all of the high level leaders in Vasselheim is like makes grounded sense. Like it totally makes sense to me that like all of the major leaders within Vasselheim would coalesce and want to form a headquarters like all in the, you know, same location. So that makes the total like in fiction sense. Check. Like we're good. And then out of fiction, it really streamlines the process of gathering information for the players and gets us to, I think, the interesting part a lot quicker. Now, you know, there's something to be said for, like, if you don't want it to be quicker, like if you want to highlight information delays, if you want to highlight, like, different leaders taking different positions on the issue, or, like, I think there's some things that, or maybe not some things, but, like, some potential story routes that you lose by coalescing them all together. But there's some story routes that you gain. You can display them arguing. Like, you don't, rather than just displaying them following different directives, you can portray them directly interacting and arguing with each other, which is a bit more complicated of a scene to run, but can get a similar effect in a much more streamlined and like time efficient way. So this is one that I think like it's probably a more difficult scene to run, having all of these leaders all in one room. But ultimately, if you can run it well, I think you're getting a lot of bang for your buck out of that, as opposed to having them all separated. Yeah. You're getting a lot of very efficient information delivery, progress, motif delivery? I'm trying to think of how to say that. I don't know. You're getting a lot out of it, I think, if you coalesce them all in one place.
Stair along the side of the mountain. That signifies the northern end of Vasselheim. You see small units of silver and blue armored warriors of the Platinum Dragon descend.
Also, how close are we to the end? Because I am approaching time. 44. Oh. Can we get there? We can get there. We can... We're going to see. I think we can get there.
Past you, rushing and kind of giving you a sidelong glance as they do, a nod of recognition as some of them recognize you upon your approach. Eventually, through an exhausting ascent and seeing the clouds growing darker and darker, you begin to see that there is, from this vantage point, a very slight shift in the direction. They seem to be coming from the northwest. You eventually reach the base of the massive pillars that mark the stronghold's entrance, where you've been a number of times before. You immediately notice a crowd of mixed attire. You see scale bearers standing tensely along various bastion members. You see warriors of the Dawn Fist in their golden red robes. And you see soldiers of brass and sapphire. The Hand of Ord is here as well. Now, upon approaching the guards at the front gate see you and expectantly signify for the front gates to open with a shifting. The two large marble doorways open inside, just enough for you to pass within. You enter the central chambers of the inner sanctum of the Platinum Sanctuary, where the marble halls lead to the familiar circular forum chambers where you last met with the High Bearer of Ord, the Silver Touch, who stands there before you among his guard in heated discussion. The room is lively with representatives of each temple clustered behind their highest lord. The red-robed, Dawn Fists of Cord flank Earthbreaker Groom. Philosophers gather near Holy Curator Curtis Ulius of the Quadroads and the Rathus. The Glade Keepers of the Birthheart stand behind the High Hierophant Ophira, while the dark-veiled Maidens of the Raven Queen gather, leaderless as is their order. Pike stands at the edge of the council, trying to listen in, before seeing you and rushing to your side. Hi! He rushes in and just gives a few quick hugs. Did it work? Did you do it?
Yeah, yes, we got the stuff.
We made him.
Good. Things are content. And as she turns, you see now at the back of the council, towering over most others, and without armed support, stands the dark-skinned, beautiful Jaman Saord.
Okay, so we're really, like, combining all the leaders here. It's not just the vast... Okay, Matt's going even further into this than I thought, which it does seem like he has quite a bit scripted. Like, a lot of the, like, descriptions for things scripted. Like, I see him, like, looking down, probably reading off a piece of paper. I think probably a prudent measure. Like, running this amount of important characters in a scene is a challenge. At least for me. There are probably some of you out there that are just the goats and can run this sort of thing no problem. But that'd be tough for me. And I think when you're walking into a scene like that, especially a social scene, but kind of any category of scene that you think is going to be very challenging for you as the GM to run and display, that's when I lean towards scripting things more often. I'm generally like a pretty, like, I could say 90% of mine, 9 out of 10 sessions of mine have zero scripting involved. I do a lot of prep still, but it's like I almost never script conversations. The 1 out of 10 times that I do, or, I not even conversations or monologues, but even just, like, environmental descriptions. Like, the times that I script those are when I know I'm walking into a scene that will be difficult for me to, like, mentally manage. And so I really like seeing Matt looking down quite often. I think it's a very prudent approach to this sort of scene. Again, tons of benefits if you can pull it off. And I think, so far Matt seems to have prepped well for it. So, and I love Jaman being here. I was not expecting it. And I think it definitely, like, even just Jaman's presence here, I think juxtaposes really well against the Chroma Conclave. Where, like, even the continental rulers, we basically never heard anything from Wildmount or the Dwendalian Empire. We went and visited Jaman Saord, and he made us go through a fucking test to get his help against the Chroma Conclave. Vasselheim basically told us to shove it. Like, the countries of the world or the nations, the states of the world, were not that interested in helping with the Chroma Conclave. They did not take it that seriously. Having Jamon here, like, even if we had all of the leaders of Vasselheim here, that would be one thing. You know, I think there would still be a lot of benefit to be gained from a storytelling perspective. But, you know, Vecna's bearing down on their city. Like, it makes total sense that they would all gather up to talk about this and to manage it. But also having Jamon here, who is not from Othanzia, Isilra, Vasselheim, lends a level of global threat to Vecna, which we already know he has, but also the Chroma Conclave definitely had, and the nations of the world didn't give a shit. So, seeing the nations of the world, seeing the individuals of the world take this seriously as a global threat, regardless of whether or not we know it's a global threat, them knowing it is a different caliber of ostensible threat that Vecna poses, right? Even if we, which this is not the case, but even if, like, you know, we assume that, like, the Chroma Conclave and Vecna were, like, equally threatening, which they're not, just the difference in how other people react to it says something about how they interpret the threat, which is a really nice differentiation on this from the Chroma Conclave. And I think that was, I was about to say it's inevitable. It's not. It's something that could have easily slipped by Matt to not differentiate these crises enough. I think it would have been really easy to not demonstrate the ways in which this is worse and different than the Chroma Conclave. Because the Chroma Conclave at the time felt like the apocalypse. Like, I kept calling it an apocalyptic story. Like, that's the type of story that it was. So I think you did a good job of making it feel like that. And so I think it would be really, really easy to, on accident, just make Vecna feel like the same, right? Make it feel as apocalyptic as the Chroma Conclave, which would have been bad. And this very, you know, I don't know exactly how purposeful it was in his mind, but it's a really good example of a small step that I think is very impactful and meaningful for distinguishing the two arcs and the two villains in this case. Yeah, he didn't get out of his house for some dragons. Yeah, he got out of bed and left his house for this one. It gives it like a different level of stakes. Like, we know and respect Jamon, and we think Jamon's very powerful. And so if he thinks there's a threat here, there must be like a big threat here. Because, like you said, he didn't get out of his house for no dragons. They did get out of their house for dragons. It was Scanlan who called a bit late. True. Jamon said, hey, you can call me in when it matters. But he wasn't helping them plan shit. He wasn't on the war council. He was like, look, you know, you can bill me for 8 hours of work, but I'm not putting in 40 hours a week here, right? You can have me for like a one-time contract, but this isn't serious enough that I need to get like mentally involved with it. Whereas this one, he's coming to the planning sessions. He's got a different layer of involvement here.
Their simple clothing swathed in a loose hanging robe of gold and sky blue. Jamon's smoldering pupils shift in your direction, and they give you a nod of respect. The discussions halt as you approach, recognition also falling across the room. At which point, the hide bearer forward turns to you, saying, Vox Machina, what a gift of timing. Have you anything to aid in this crisis?
Like so much.
Then please, take the center of the chambers. I believe everyone here could use some form of good news. He steps back, and as the rest of the guards empty, they open the central space of the chamber for you to approach.
Let us remember. Well, technically, we've already.
Well, and to be clear, you know, we don't need to necessarily like relitigate like why the different states didn't care about the Chroma Conclave. I think in some ways it was justified in fiction. In others, I think it was a little bit of a stretch. But beyond that, like assuming that like the Chroma Conclave happened as it did, I think this is a fantastic choice for how to display Vecna with that memory of the Chroma Conclave in the back of our heads, right? So I really like, because I think Matt could have justifiably taken Jamon in either direction. I think there are reasons and rationales that we could give. Jamon may want to just stick around and protect Ank'Harel. Like, what if Vecna changes his plan very suddenly and Ank'Harel's defenseless without Jamon there, right? Like, there's all sorts of reasons and rationales we can give for certain people getting involved or not. From an outside perspective, when I'm thinking about, like, crafting a story for my players, distinguishing the two arcs is something I'm thinking about. So if I have multiple reasonable options in fiction, and I just need to pick one of them as the DM, I think it's good to pick the option that also accomplishes some stuff out of fiction. Because I don't think, unless I, specifically call it out, I think that all of this makes perfect sense in fiction. I think Matt's generally very good at making stuff make sense in fiction. I think it's very rare that he presents something that I'm like, that doesn't make sense in fiction. So a lot of my focus is typically on, how does it present out of fiction? Because in fiction, he's pretty incredible at keeping things consistent and grounded, with maybe some, very minor exceptions that, I'll actively call out if I feel them. Like with the scary faces, I was like, I don't know how grounded it feels, but then, we talked about it, and it's like, okay, it is pretty grounded. I just don't find it scary. So it's like, I think Matt's generally really good at grounding those details. Sometimes I think he chooses grounded options that don't make as much sense out of fiction, just because they make a smidge more sense in fiction. And I'm like, okay, you had these alternate options that made maybe slightly less sense in fiction, but would make way more sense out of fiction. I think Matt sometimes, goes in fiction grounding to a fault. So I'm very happy to see Jamon here. I think it does make sense, and it has these additional benefits out of fiction.
Inobservable, so there's very little that we can say that he doesn't already know.
I mean, he's listening right now.
Yes.
How much do you know already?
We have only taken a bit from what your companion here, Piper of the Everlighter, said. We went off to a volcano.
Yeah.
Scald seat.
And we defeated it.
You defeated the volcano.
No.
Kind of.
Look, I'm sure you've realized by this point that Vecna has ascended to godhood.
As he begins to speak, immediately the High Hierophant of Fear steps forward. Yes, the dreams have spread.
Right.
We've seen and spoken with the clerics all across this land, and it seems that a new force has shoved its way amongst the rest of the Pantheon, though apparently closer.
He's not reached his full power yet. The only way it will happen is if he claims a great use of power.
Yeah, performs a miracle or so. He needs followers.
He's on his way here. The more followers he has, the more power he has.
At that when you say he's on his way here, you watch as Grun steps forward, arms still crossed.
How do you know he's coming?
Have you... I mean, you just look outside.
Kill it, yo, hey,
I just...
whoa. Take it down. Take it down.
But...
We don't need the sass.
Yeah, with respect.
I'm not sassing.
With respect. There are those of us among us that cannot tell where he is moving.
Yeah.
I am the paladin of the Raven Queen.
At which point, two of the maidens behind you say in unison together, that he is, and the visions we've seen as well. The pretender god, his words channeled through prayer speak of a new terror, a vile tyrant unchecked. Believe him, his words are that of Our Lady. And both of them step back once more.
Creepy.
Have you met them
They say it
before?
in unison?
They say it in unison, yeah.
Sick.
Are you friends? Do you know? Are you on the same mailing list?
They all kind of look similar.
Okay. So, yeah, he's got this ability,
She has granted me knowledge of his whereabouts, and he is coming fast.
Deception check. I mean, my players love to be honest. and lie via honesty. And this feels like lying via honesty, lying via omission. It's like, okay, yeah, the Raven Queen kind of gave you this power. It's more like she turned you into a thing that had this power, from my understanding. Now, maybe, I mean, Vax might not know that. And this is a situation, I do this a lot. It's actually something I do very often, where I will say, roll persuasion or deception, depending on if you are intentionally deceiving or not. I don't care if you're actually lying, literally, but are you being purposefully deceptive? And, you know, we talked earlier about how, you know, I'm pretty pro meta role-playing, right? And my players knowing something that the characters don't necessarily. So there are often times where the characters will not know something that the players do. And so what the character says might be false, but the character doesn't know that. And so I will really often say to my player, yeah, perception or deception, depending on whether or not you think your character is being deceptive. Because it's a matter of perspective, quite a lot. It's a matter of intention. And on a, like, objective level, I'm not going to speak for the mind of one of my characters, right? Or one of my players' characters, right? There is their job to speak their characters' minds. Now, I have a level of trust with my players that they'll be honest with me, even if their character's not being honest, and that they will pick the appropriate ability. And, you know, you might not be able to have that level or that layer of trust with your players, but I think if you do, if you trust them to, like, pick that honestly and not, you know, based on the bonuses that they have to those two things, I think it can be really, really interesting to force them to pick, almost, right? And especially in a big situation like this, it can actually serve to be like a mini moment of characterization for that character, right? It might be something that the player didn't think about at that level of, like, you know, being, like, self-critical. They might not have thought that deeply about it, and forcing them into, I have to pick persuasion or deception, which do I think it is more of, can be like a moment of kind of self-realization for them, which is very fun. So I'm a big fan of that sort of thing. Yeah. Matt does the same thing during PvP. Yeah. I love offering multiple checks. It's like one of my favorite things. But this one I do quite often if I have social checks, which, you know, I'm relatively light on. But when it makes sense for this sort of situation, I would honestly say I probably have more paired persuasion deception checks than I have raw persuasion checks. I think, or raw deception. I think it is more common for me to pair them. Just because when I'm thinking about that, it's one of the things that like procs me to roll in my head. Like whenever I'm in a situation where I might, you know, it could be one or the other, that's what like makes me think about like, oh, I could roll here for it, or I could make them roll here for it. So I like that quite a lot. I would love a persuasion deception check here.
Vord now speaks up from behind. Good.
Doesn't seem like that.
Then let us gather our resources. The esteemed Jumon Sa'od has agreed to lend aid and resources to our defense. At which point Jumon speaks up.
This threat stretches beyond the borders of Assyria. The clouds darken even our desert skies. This spectre of the Age of Arcanum has indeed ascended, as the clerics here are convinced, and it is a threat that we of Ankarel cannot ignore.
Vord then turns his head frustratingly to the east and says, and King Bertrand Dwendal has declined aid, claiming that until this rumored scourge arrives on Dwendalian soil, it is of no interest to the crown of Wildmount. No resources can be spared chasing whispers.
Oh, man, I wonder what the fuck that's like, Firebearer Vord. Oh, man. That's so crazy that someone declined your very reasonable request for help. Man. I'm just, you know, you have no idea what that's like, I'm sure. Dwendal declined the request. God, I hope one of the players is sassy about it. Not because that would be a good strat. That would not be very great diplomacy. But, man, I would love to throw that shit in High Bear Vord's face. I am a petty dick, and most of my characters are petty dicks. Because it allows me to get it out, you know? I have to really tamp down my pettiness in everyday conversation because it's very antisocial behavior. It's not good. It's one of my actual character flaws. But, man, all my characters are petty as hell. It's a good outlet for me. And I would want to throw it in his fucking face. So,
We have sent out scouting parties, however. As you said, this threat seems to be coming from the northwest. Last two came through. And Wyvern riders are seeking the location of this Tharamthal. At which point, there's a flash of blue arcane energy in the back of the room. And everyone seemingly turns, the guards, the weapons drawn, out ready. And you spin to see a familiar blonde-haired mage with braids in the side. A bit out of breath, and in the same flash behind, a golden armored halfling. Of sun-kissed skin and long golden curling hair, large weapon dragging behind. Allura then, hand up in resignation, staff to the side. We are merely here to offer counsel and communication. We mean no harm, nor to bring our arcane knowledge to your quarters, and I apologize, but extenuating circumstances require strange bedfellows, I think you will agree. However, at the first sight of threat upon Taldore, understand that we will seek your assistance with haste as well. Imon and the Council cannot survive another catastrophe. So, we are here to behest, and ask only your aid to return, depending on when or where this assault strikes. There's a bit of muttering amongst the crowd and some grumbling, but High Bear Vord nods. We are in need of aid, and as many friends as we can gather. You are welcome, Alchemist by Sword.
Allura, does the sky look like this in a month?
It, in the past 12 hours or so, has stretched across the Osmit Sea, and now seeks to consume as far as the east coast of Taldore.
I don't think 12 hours makes sense. How long were they in Scald Seat? Like, I guess they were crafting the trammels for like a few hours. So, I guess that could work. If it started like right when they left. This isn't even me like, critiquing Matt's timing. It's very tough to keep track of that sort of shit in D&D. I wouldn't blame him. It might work. And I mean, the fact that I don't even like really know if it'll work or not is, maybe a critique of D&D. But yeah, I think that could work. It'd be kind of tight, but it could work. We're not here to take you all and give your city to our new god. Allura is the one throwing shade. Little bit. Can we at least agree the whole world's sky being black is scarier than dreams? I don't think so, man. The whole world's sky being like dark roiling clouds, I mean, that shit's happened on Earth. That shit happens when there's a mega volcano eruption. Fucking the dinosaurs had to experience that shit. It's deadly. But scary? I think that the entire world having their dreams invaded by Vecna is still scarier. Now I will say one city having their dreams changed versus the entire world with the black sky. I might be a little bit more scared of the sky in that case. Just because there's a level of power on display there. I would more be intimidated than scared. But no, I think the sky in general is just kind of intimidating to me, not necessarily scary. The asteroid is scarier than dreams, though. I think that is, I think hit on it. It is, in my in my head, the difference between intimidating and scary, which are very close concepts to each other. Those are very close concepts. Because I would be intimidated by the meteor or the volcano or the sky, whatever. But the dreams are scarier to me. Like primally scarier. There's like less that I feel like I can do about it. And like even if I'm wrong, like even if there are paths I can take for the dreams and there's no path I can take for like the mega eruption of the volcano still feels to me more addressable than the dreams. I think it's because dreams are just so inherently mysterious. Whereas like the sky is the sky. I see that shit all the time. Sometimes it has clouds. Sometimes it is dark and roiling. So the only real difference is like, okay, it's dark and roiling and like, you know, some of the roiling clouds are forming faces. Sometimes I look up in that shit and I see a bunny, right? Sometimes I look up in that shit and I see a spider. Seeing shapes in the clouds, I don't know. Like, it's kind of, you know, intimidating that it's happening a lot. But is it scary? I don't know. I think there needs to be a layer of the unknown, right? I can conceptualize. The sky is dark. The sky has shapes in it. Like, those are two things that I can, like, fit into my cognitive reality. Someone being able to shape my dreams? I can't even begin to understand that. And so I think the mysterious nature of that is scarier to me. But I do think this is very personal opinion layer, which I'm happy to talk about. I'm very happy to talk about. Yeah. I meant the world sky versus city dreams. World sky versus city dreams, I do think is scarier. But if it's world sky versus world dreams, I'm still on dreams. Yeah. Scarier to experience, but the dream thing is scarier in implications. Yeah. Yeah. Define the concepts because they are the same to me. I don't know. I could not tell you. I think intimidating, if I am intimidated by something, I have a strong sense of the danger that thing represents, or the danger that thing would be able to inflict upon me. I have a sense of maybe its power, right? Its power to to enact its will. Whether that will is destruction, you can be intimidated by a peer, right? Like you can see if you're in like painting school and you see one of your peers paint incredibly, like way better than you can, you might be intimidated by that peer, right? But you're not scared by them, right? I think for there to be like a layer of fear, I'm not going to say there needs to be a sense of unknown or mystery, but all of the things I can think of that I'm afraid of have a sense of mystery or the unknown to them. So I'm not saying that they are like necessarily conjoined things, but all the examples I can think of do have them conjoined. Yeah. Maybe because clouds aren't affecting you like a meteor. Like if it was a cloud from a destroyed city, sure, but it doesn't be individually affecting your dreams. Yeah. La, 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 la. I reiterate that a black sky with no moon, no stars, no clouds would be way scarier than big storm. I will agree with that. I'll agree with that. Because the thing is, the clouds are like, I've never seen that combination of things before, but I've seen a storm. I've seen shapes. And like, I can't even literally perceive there being clouds around the entire world, but like, I can extend my reality to encompass that. Like, I can imagine a worldwide storm. Like, that's fucking weird. And I've never like seen that exact thing before, but it's not that hard to extend my imagination to picture a storm that I've seen that like encompasses the horizon. And then I imagine the world, because I can never perceive the entire world. And then I just like extend the storm, you know? It's just extending the thing that I can see in both directions, right? I extend the world and I extend the storm at the same time. And again, seeing stuff in clouds, you know, that's a favorite pastime of many a children's book character. So yeah, I think it's because I can so readily extend my imagination for that stuff that it loses some of its fear factor. Whereas the dreams are like, I don't get my dreams. And then you're the one shaping them. I'm losing control of my own subconscious. Scary. Yeah. I guess IRL having these types of dreams would be scarier, but in a magical world, an active power like darkening the sky would scare me more. I think that's the thing, is it would intimidate me quite a lot. I don't know that it would scare me. And am I rigorously defining those concepts? No. But that is how they feel to me. It would be, that would like be like, oh shit, that's power. Whoa, he's very powerful. But I wouldn't be like, Mega spooky dreams is worse than real life things which can kill you. Crazy. They're not worse. They're scarier. They're scarier. There are so many bad things in the world that don't scare me. Like, like the American lobbying system is a very bad thing. Citizens United is a travesty of legal doctrine. But it doesn't frighten me. Pisses me off maybe, but it's, you know, a bad thing like a gun. Good example. A gun intimidates and scares me because there is an unknown around when it's going to do its thing, right? If I have a gun pointed at me, it could so quickly activate, right? There is an unknown that, like, I probably will not even be able to perceive my death before it comes out of the barrel of that gun. And that is scary because it has that uncertainty factor sort of built into it. And it has that very like primal like fight or flight to it. But a spear, like a dude with like a spear or a sword, that might be intimidating. Someone with a sword could probably kill me. I'm not that strong. They could probably kill me with a sword just as easily as they could kill me with a gun. But a sword isn't nearly as scary to me. It's not as intimidating either because it would be harder to kill me with a sword than it would be with a gun. So it's not as intimidating from that angle. But it's also just not as scary because I would be able to see my death coming from a little ways away. I'd be able to do something about it. Like, it's really unlikely that if I see someone wielding a sword, they could get up to me and fucking clobber me in the head before I could react. I would at least get some chance at interaction there. And so that's less scary overall, even though it's still intimidating. Does that make sense? I'm still not rigorously defining these things, but hopefully the continued examples give you a sense of where my head is at. I see a comet headed towards Earth. The comet is speaking to me in my dreams. Yeah, I would probably, in that sense, like IRL, I meant, like I see a comet heading towards Earth versus the comet is speaking to me in my dreams. Like, the comet speaking to me in my dreams is fucking terrifying. Like, let's level set here. That's scary as hell. But it probably is less likely to kill me. It's less intimidating, I think. But I would be very scared by the comet speaking to me in my dreams. I'll be like, how the fuck you doing that? How are you doing that? What? Oh, man. I understand how storm happened. I don't know a way to make the moon disappear. Yeah, exactly. I know, like, big storm I can conceptualize, but no moon? How do you do that? No stars? I'm reminded of the least intimidated I'd ever been from a guy who wanted to intimidate me. He had a huge metal rod that he could barely lift, and he was trying to swing it at me. Yeah, like in that situation, your life is in danger, in theory, but you can do a lot about it. So there's a lot less fear involved, I think. I was thinking, and something that would scare me even more than a whole blacked out sky is if only a portion of it in a mysterious shape was pitch black and you could tell by the stars. Fuck yeah. Now we're getting to shit that scares me. Yes. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah. Oh, man. Echoes of the Eye, Outer Wilds, creepy stuff. Yeah. You're not being emotionally affected by the cloud, but you're being emotionally affected about what the clouds mean. Yeah. I mean, I'm being intimidated, I think. That is, like, I am being emotionally affected. And maybe there's, like, a layer of, like, fearing for my life. But I'm not, like... it feels like there's more that I can do about it. Like, if there's, like, a scary cloud, I can go inside and not look at it. But I can't run away from my dreams, except by not sleeping, which is its own can of worms on how afraid that's gonna make you. If the only way to escape is by forcing yourself into sleep deprivation, I think they're winning. The call is coming from inside the house, and it's the Comet Haley.
If this is what I believe it is, within the next half to full day, the entirety of Alexandria will be under the shaded sky of Vecna.
Well, maybe the miracle thing is just the change in weather, and we'll be okay. Not all miracles have to be deadly.
Very well. Will you be there fighting with our armies in the front line?
We will. I guess my only question is, do we wait for him to come to us, or do we try to take the fight to him?
I do not wish to fight him where he expects it. As we are a city that has prided itself on its impenetrable defenses, I can guarantee you that this entity has seemingly procured or cleverly defined some way of breaching. I gather he would expect less us bringing it to him. So, we hope to have information on the whereabouts of this city directly. What else do we have?
We have the knowledge that we can't take him by surprise.
What do you mean?
He sees everything.
He hears everything.
Yeah, he's been spying on us for quite some time now, little
In fact,
shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a spy in this room.
Or at least an open ear.
You have citizens of your city that are starting to paint his symbol on their doors out of fear. This is the last thing you want in the middle of this crisis. All time spent with any volunteer hands need to be from any spare clerics who can help calm the minds of the afraid.
He looks out amongst the rest of the crowd that is gathered here in the inner sanctum. Her words be true. If he is indeed seeking to undermine the worship of this city, and as such, break the defenses of our great creators, then we need whatever strength your temples have here, calming the people of Vasselheim and beyond. If you think he sees all,
I think he sees the city as a ripe audience.
At this point, you watch as Ward steps forward and fiddling with one finger. Long ago, this grand temple nearly fell to the prying minds.
Okay, I need to slow this down. Let's see. All right. Long ago, when I was 5, I snuck in the kitchen late at night.
This grand temple nearly fell to the prying minds of terrible mages. This here, and he pulls a ring from his finger, is called the Band of Shrouds. A powerful implement of the High Bearer to shunt these prying magics aside. I lend it to you for the coming struggle. He passes it over. To Vexalia.
Yes!
Kept close enough to the one who wears this ring. I doubt even his newly born eyes could pierce it.
Well,
however, it will only affect those nearby. So, if you are to strike, Perhaps it's best you do so away from his vision, and we distract.
So, So, like, he can't hear us right now.
Everyone in the room kind of takes a few steps closer to you. but only if you see it. Within this chamber, it seems so, yes.
Feels so good.
So I think that would look better on your middle finger down.
Ooh, good call.
Yeah.
At which point,
So smart.
the doors in the back of the chamber burst open once more, and you watch as two armored figures come rushing up, out of breath. You see as these two wyvern riders.
I mean, I've talked about it before. Give the PCs a specific Spec Ops strike team type job, while the rest of the armies do army stuff. This is not an army command game. There are modules for that, like third-party stuff if you want to work that in, but raw 5e, not really built for managing armies. So if we're playing raw, I think it's a great tactic to be like, hey, we'll distract him. We'll put up this big, crazy defense, and then you guys circle around, precision strike team, take out the threat, bing, bang, boom, big thumbs up. Love it.
Recognizing their armor with the horns and the large dragon-like build of their armor and headpiece, looking damaged and splashed with crimson, come charging in. One of them, the helmet is removed. You see a young man shouting through his wounded breaths. High Bearer! High Bearer! Rider of Thetis, with Rider Marley, returning from beyond Moldiah, in the Todusk Pass. We found the Dark City. Everyone immediately begins to mutter beneath their breath. The voices begin to rise as the High Bearer puts his hand out to hush them. It lies within a valley a few miles into the Zenwick Mountains. Our team attempted to infiltrate, but an unseeable barrier protects the city grounds from all sides. We found ourselves overrun by errant magics and winged beasts of shadow and hunger. Only Marley and myself survived. We were only a scouting regiment. At which point, the High Hierophant steps forward. Zenwick of all places. Curious indeed. The High Bearer turns again. Very well. If this is true, we must mobilize our forces very quickly. Grun steps forward once more. We can push our ground troops along the grasswalk road towards the range. Allura steps forward to join the conversation. If we can choose some elite select numbers for an on-site assault, I can transport them. At which point, the curator, Curtis, steps in. You will do nothing of the kind. These arcane perversions that enabled this madman. And we will not allow. Athera steps forward, putting her hand in front of his face now, saying, we have druids who are familiar with the woods surrounding the base of the Zenwick Mountains. We could transport you to those trees, a number of you, for an initial assault while the rest of our ground forces assemble northward. At which point the wounded rider speaks up loudly. I am not done!
Oh.
My apologies. Only
Dude. Kudos to Matt. He's handling this well. He's switching between characters well. This is not easy. To keep everything distinguished, to do all the voices well. Which, I mean, the voices are probably the easier part of his, of this scene for him. But even just the mannerisms, interrupting at good times, self-interrupting is harder than it seems. Elfire Eva Raid, what's up? Hello. Freaking YouTube never notifying me of anything. Hello, what's up? Welcome. But yeah, we're just about to wrap up because I think this scene is pretty quickly drawing to a close. But I am impressed with his weaving of the different voices within the scene. Allowing, excuse me, I'm fading, my voice is fading, allowing those voices to interweave between each other while also allowing space for the players to interject when necessary. Get rated, hello, welcome. But the only thing that I am somewhat questioning is the actual military tactics of it. But also, this is a city full of predominantly priests, that have not been, it seems, to war in several hundred years, probably. They mostly do just, beast defense tactics. So, I don't think we need to expect the cream of the crop tactically from all of them. So it's not breaking me apart too much, and the general strategy makes a lot of sense for how to get the players specially involved, right? Having the armies of Vasselheim go out, do the distraction, get the players in there is a good way to provide a very focused task for the players. I will say, in terms of distinguishing it from the Chroma Conclave, it's a pretty identical plan to the Chroma Conclave. So, I think that Jamon being there, great for distinguishing it from the Chroma Conclave. This kind of identical military tactics from absolutely separate minds in totally separate circumstances, that maybe seems like Matt has like one military tactical idea and is just kind of putting that in there at all steps. That's okay. Not the biggest deal in the world. Especially if it leads to cool sequences for the players. I think that is like ultimately more important.
Marley and myself survived with one of our wyverns. As we fled over the nearest mountaintop as fast as we could, Marley saw, and the other one takes her helmet off, and you can see, just caked with blood, one eye kind of swollen shut and a giant wound across the face. I saw the city move. Part of it. It moved, I swear it. I heard a rumble over the winds, looked past and back over our shoulders, and I saw the city begin to rise. Silence takes the room. I would like any of you with a fair amount of history to make a history check.
What's a fair amount?
If you feel confident in your ability to understand history, I would say putting it this, those who've researched the lands, that would put probably Percival and Scanlan.
Okay.
Ooh. 27.
21.
27? Okay. Oh, I have to. I'll make part of this a whisper.
You'll make what? Wait, you'll make what? I didn't hear
A
it.
live whisper.
There are two places in the Zenwit Mountains that would be of any interest or historical lore-based elements. There is the Crypts of Thomara. It's a subterranean vault city built around a precious metal vein cluster by the xenophobic dwarven Thomara clan in the early years of the Age of Arcana. Jesus. It's said a terrible madness fed into their greed, leading to eventually.
Okay. So we're just gonna take all the lore. I'm gonna unpause. We're gonna take all the lore in, and then we'll talk about it.
Eventual cannibalism and collapse of the society thousands of years ago. It's now considered cursed and is largely avoided. The other location is known as the Silted Vale. My apologies. A small, cold valley within the mountains that is comprised of ice-dusted, mineral-rich mud that was once rumored to carry natural healing properties when applied to wounds and restorative elements to aged skin. However, a large variety of dangerous creatures also discovered these features over time and moved into the valley, taking over and establishing a new violent ecosystem based around the soothing monk. Scanlan.
See you later, Death the Goat. Dude. I wish that the currently inhabited cities had this level or this amount of reason for them to exist. Like both of these having like natural resource again, like rationale or reasons for their existence is really solid world building. It allows you to make further world building, like I don't want to say leaps, but like further world building developments much more easily and naturally. And the only one that I can think of that we've been presented with, well, actually there's kind of two. There's the Ashari, but they're kind of a unique case. They're a little bit more story focused. The city of Ank'Harel, which seems to be built around an oasis, although It doesn't seem like a unique oasis. It just seems like an oasis, which is still good enough. And then Whitestone, which was built around not actually Whitestone, but the Sun Tree, right? The Sun Tree was like the unique thing that gave rise to Whitestone just as a settlement. Haven't gotten anything on any of the other cities to a similar degree, unfortunately. Even Vasselheim is like, it exists because it has existed, but there is no clear reason that Vasselheim is like in a particularly suitable spot. Like, there doesn't seem to be like a particular reason that this settlement thrived when others didn't. Now, it could be historical quirk, and that's what I generally tend to think of Vasselheim as. Like, it is a self-reinforcing divine allegiance cycle, right? This city was the city where either the gods just like chose to set up shop way back in the day, maybe for some reason, maybe not. And then the worship of the gods in the city kept it uniquely functional through some catastrophes. And now it exists kind of off of that momentum, to an extent. And not only momentum, but now it appears to be like the main location of sacred ground on Exandria. It's like the main place that the gods can still manifest. And so that is now like the unique angle and lens of Vasselheim. But like Amon, like what's up with Amon? Even after reading the Taldore guide, the original city that the sea people came, like they came from Isilra to Taldore, and they had a separate port that was not Amon, that was the main location that the sea people settled in. And like that would make perfect sense for that to be a well kind of structured rationale for a city to exist. But then we have Amon that is like, I didn't see anything in the guide about why the old city fell into ruin, but this city didn't. I think it was a war, but like, why would the historical, not ancestors? Why would who comes after ancestors and descendants? Why would the descendants of the sea people give up their ancestral settlement for no ostensible reason? Like, even if it was like a civil war angle with the tyrants that kind of rose up during the like post-divergence era, like, why? It doesn't seem like they did anything in particular to the old ancestral city. So like, why are they in Amon? Amon doesn't seem particularly good at anything. Like, it's a generic port town, but so was the previous one. All this is to say, I like that these two ruins have particular ecological or environmental features that are driving their characterization and their like unique aspects or facets. I really, really like that those are present within these descriptions. And I hope that continues to be the pattern. I am cautiously optimistic about it because Age of Umbra had that in spades. It had a very distinct reason for each settlement existing where it did. And I liked that quite a lot. So I am cautiously optimistic that this will continue to be a pattern throughout Matt's world building. I even think we saw it a little bit in Wildmount. I don't remember exactly, but I think that Tyrion's town was Tyrion, not Tyrion. I think Tyrion Lannister. What the fuck was his name? I'm forgetting Sam's other character's name. Not Tyrion. Fucking Darrington. Tyrion Darrington. I think Tyrion's hometown was like a logging settlement. Like he like made some pains to establish that it was like that the wood in the area was particularly good and that the city like grew up as a logging settlement, which I love. Like those are the sort of like natural resource questions that I think are really good at giving a city and a settlement flavor. So I really like seeing that here with these, even if they're ruins. Without spoiling the specifics, it's a bit later in the campaign guides, which is arguably where you want it, since that's what most people want to world build will possibly buy. You've read it. I have. I gotta release that video, dude. Yeah, I'm just gonna release like a very lightly edited version of it, just so you guys can see it, because I honestly might even unlist it. Because I don't think it's like a good algorithmic video, but I might just like post it unlisted and post the link in like the Discord and on like the community tab. Like do both, and I'll mention it during Critical Eyes so that anyone who's watching Critical Eyes, maybe I'll like put it in the description of the next stream. Because like I don't think it's a good video to like, I don't think it's like possible to make it a good video for like encountering me for the first time. But I think it'd be very interesting for anyone who is like already a fan of Critical Eyes. So I might just take that tactic. But anyways, my basic assumption were always the giant walls. I mean, that seems fair. But the giant walls have to come from somewhere, and there has to be a reason that they could build giant walls, right? Is there like a particularly strong limestone deposit nearby or something where it's like really easy to bring these big pavers, or not pavers, but you know, big stones from the quarries to the actual settlement? Is there like a particular, you know, thing that made this a spot that people wanted to defend and reinforce? I think it all comes back to the gods. And the gods are probably the ones who built the wall, if I'm being real. But I don't see any like natural, non-man-made reason for them to have built this settlement in this way, beyond its relationship to the gods, right? It's on a big ass mountain. I mean, that's true. It is on a big ass mountain, but like, you know, Gat Shadow's a big ass mountain. Westrun's not built around it. You know, like it's not that common to build a big ass city around a single big ass mountain. You know, like the mountain doesn't actually like do a whole lot for you. Especially as like the centerpiece of a city, unless there's a divine aspect to it. But even then, most settlements are not built surrounding a mountain. That's a big piece of land that you're giving up that just like makes your city more spread out than it needs to be. It makes it harder for people to get places. It makes it harder to deliver resources from one side or the other. Like in most situations, having a city next to a mountain is more like is better than having it built around a mountain. And there's also like not any guarantee that the mountain actually has anything that you want. Like some mountains are very like mineral or material rich and some aren't. Now maybe this one is, but that hasn't been, you know, established, let's say. So I don't know. Have you learned nothing? Just like the Egyptians, aliens? I mean, the gods in this case, but yeah. Easier to higher ground Anakin enemies. I guess that's fair. I guess it is easier to higher ground Anakin enemies. But you could also, okay, this is like a thought in history, and people just build like fortifications up on mountains. Like you build like a fort or like an encampment on top of the mountain, and then you have your normal city next to that fort, and then people can retreat to the fort when like times are bad, right? That's like, why is there a castle on the mountain, not why is there a town surrounding the mountain, which I think is how it currently is. I guess I'm not exactly sure, but I think the mountain is like in the middle. but I could be wrong about that. I think the mountain's in the middle. And my understanding is just that, like, oh yeah, it's just like the divine sugar babies. Like, Vasselheim looks how it does because of divine influence. Like, I don't think there is, and I don't think there needs to be, like, a rational, ecological-based explanation for why Vasselheim is the way it is. I think it's that way because of the gods. And, like, they are fundamentally separate from the natural world. And that is also, like, a totally fair place to start with world building. Like, I have a location in the world, in like my own personal world, where a god threw down their hammer to the, like, during a divine battle. They threw their hammer down to the material, and the impact of the hammer, and not only the impact, but the like magic that the hammer radiates, had an ecological effect on the world around it, right? That's divine intervention, whether purposeful or not, within the ecology. And I think that's equally as, like I think that's a totally valid way to start world building, and I think that Vasselheim has a similar rationale going on. I don't really think there's a lot of seemingly obvious reasons that Vasselheim is where it is, beyond, you know, the gods just kept it, like, reinforced the cycle there. I thought it's up against a mountain. I think it surrounds the mountain, but I could be wrong about that. It looks cool, Mega. Unironically, I think it is just that it looks cool. Like, legitimately, I think that the gods helped build and maintain Vasselheim, and there is an aspect of glorification. Like, it's why cathedrals are big and awesome and beautiful, is because when people look at a big, awesome, beautiful Gothic cathedral, they feel a connection to the divine. Right, when they look at those big sweeping arches and those giant ceilings and the stained glass, like, to a degree, it's not just opulence for its own sake. It has a material effect on their effectiveness as places of worship. Like, a church that looks prettier is often more effective. Now, there are some churches nowadays, as religion has evolved, and Christianity in particular, that have certain, like, theological reasons to not want all that opulence, right? To promote a more personal relationship with God and a more personal relationship with Christ. And those churches and the Christian communities that inhabit them are often looking for that more simplistic, familiar feeling to them. I grew up Catholic. I went to a lot of non-denominational Christian services that had a real focus on that personal aspect, because a lot of my friends were just non-denominational Christian. And it is like the way in the shape that the worship space takes is related to the theology of the worshipers, right? And so all that said, big-ass walls around Vasselheim, big-ass mountain in the middle, get us closer to God. And also, wow, look at our big, weird walls that kind of have, like, no sensical reason to be there. Wow, the gods must love us that much, right? They are willing to build these giant fortifications. Even if the gods weren't actually the reason that those fortifications exist, it perpetuates the Vasselheim exceptionalism that is very built into Vasselheim's culture, right? Vasselheim are the special boys and girls of Exandria, and they act like it. And I think the walls and the mountain are no small part of why they feel exceptional. So even if the gods weren't the ones who built them, the divine fervor within Vasselheim could have generated those great works in Vasselheim in a very similar way to how real life divine fervor generated the incredible cathedrals of the Gothic era. So none of this is me being like, Vasselheim doesn't make sense. I actually think it makes a ton of sense. It's more that I wish that we saw more of that underlying rationale for why settlements are in the places that they are and why settlements take the shape that they do. Yeah. So, all that said, it looks cool is actually like the core of what I think is going on here. I think it looks that way because the way that it looks is cool. Vasselheim is literally city on a hill. I mean, kinda, yeah. Like, it's evoking the same feelings, right? Like, the city on the hill imagery exists because it evokes certain emotions, right? And I think that the features of Vasselheim evoke those kinds of emotions. And I honestly, even more specific and pertinent emotions, right? It's not just that there are grand temples, it is that there are walls. Like, the fact that Vasselheim has these crazy walls speaks to the divine protection that Vasselheim is under. The world has gotten reset twice. And Vasselheim, according to their own myth, is the only thing in Exandria that was spared. And the walls speak to that. Even if, I think it's totally plausible that the walls were just built because they had big-ass megafauna that kept, like, coming in on them, and they asked for a favor from, Cord or whoever would help with that, probably Arathis, and, like, maybe they did build it around the mountain to get the stone to build the walls to protect themselves from the megafauna. And maybe that was the reason that the walls were there, but maybe the Divine gave them assistance with that. Wouldn't surprise me at all. The Divine clearly do a lot of meddling in Vasselheim. And so the reason that the wall, like the literal reason that the walls are there, might just be the megafauna. But there is also a symbolic, emotional value to the walls being there. You could, drive off the megafauna through any number of strategies or permanent emplacements or whatever. The fact that they are walls, I think, is an important part of their symbolism within the sort of emotional reality of the citizens of Vasselheim. Yeah. Yeah. Mountains are evidence of past instability. Granted, we're talking about geological timescale, but it's still provenly unstable. Also true. Yeah. If it was going to be me and I had no idea how it works here, I would actually have an entire city inside the mountain that people can retreat to. It's really hard to build an entire underground city, which is essentially what you're doing with a mountain, to my understanding. Take it with a grain of salt. But mining, like when you need a new room or a new building, mining that building out is more difficult than just building it outside. That said, this is a setting with magic. This is a magic where stone shape exists. So building within a mountain is vastly easier for them than it is for us. So, grain of salt. And it might speak to, if they had a city in a mountain, it might speak to a lot of arcane interference. And then that might be like a tension within the community. They might have specific myths that came about to try and explain how their city seems to have been built predominantly via magic, but they're not super cool with, like, magical practitioners nowadays. They might have specific myths to explain that, or to address it at the very least, or specific thinkers that maybe, it's not addressed in a specific sacred text, but they have post-commenters or commentators that rationalize it within their own experiences. That could totally happen. This is just world-building fodder. I mean, I think Vasselheim's a really cool city. I think it's cooler than Ank'Harel. Just Ank'Harel just being around an oasis, it's fine, it makes sense, but it's not particularly interesting to me. Vasselheim is an endless font of theorizing and world-building fodder, especially when the gods are such a predominant part of the story. Having the city of the gods be such a predominant city and player within the system and still be doing like pretty well, it seems, is like endless world building material for me to work with. I think only the Platinum Sanctuary is on the mountain. The rest of the city's at the foot of it, to one side. I knew the rest of the city was at the foot. I thought it was surrounding it, but it might be on one side. That's totally possible. Yeah. Matt accidentally did something smart with Vasselheim. He never has to tell you why it was first built, because it was built in prehistory. Yeah. I mean, at least according to the fucking Cobalt Reserve, which you'll see. I have opinions when I release that video. I'm just gonna release it like unedited because it's too complicated to edit. Anyways, don't go to mass at any church lower than a 9. Yeah. Even a non-opulent church is often very pretty still. Yeah, and like that, how pretty it is, I think like has a direct correlation to how the worshiper interfaces or thinks about their relationship with the divine. I don't know if that's been studied, but that is like my own personal observations, having gone to a wide variety of worship services, not just Christian, but predominantly Christian. Look, I grew up in America. What do you want from me? That has been my observation, is that the aesthetics of the church have a very strong correlation to how the congregation interacts with the divine or thinks about their relationship to the divine. Yeah. Megafauna. Are we suggesting dinosaurs pre-divergence? I mean, there's dinosaurs now. I'm suggesting megafauna currently on Othanzia. I mean, there were giants. There was the other thing that like tried to assault the walls the first time they went there. I don't even remember what it was. But my understanding of Othanzia is that it is broadly overrun with megafauna. Yeah. And I mean, I am grouping giants into that, into that category, but I think rightly so. I think giants are megafauna. If we're fauna, I think we're fauna. Yeah. Hydra? Was it a Hydra? I didn't recall. Interesting. Yeah. Anyways, Lord of the Rings taught us that it's a bad idea. One dragon and you're locked in there with a predator. That is also a risk. Yeah. Anyways, 4 minutes left. My voice. Oh my God. Let's get going.
Or historical lore-based elements. There is the Crypts of Thomara. It's a subterranean vault city built around a precious metal vein cluster by the xenophobic dwarven Thomara clan in the early years of the Age of Arcana.
Yeah.
It said a terrible madness fed into their greed, leading to eventual cannibalism. And
Wait. We just watched this. Scanlan.
Scanlan.
Me too.
Very true.
Look, just because that was a funny joke doesn't mean we should do that. You're not the performer here, audience member. Just because you had a good one does not prove otherwise.
Okay, so
There is live, Critical Role Live, Vox Machina t-shirts.
The Crypts of Thulmer.
It is also in like a more acceptable time. I still wouldn't encourage it. But like, doing it while they're doing a whisper is a little bit different.
Thulmer.
Is that what he
Thulmer
said?
in the Silted Vale.
Thomara.
Silted Vale.
Yeah.
Silted Vale and the Crypts of Thulmura?
Yeah, the two places in the Zenwig.
And one is like Icy Valley, the other one is like what, zombie dwarves?
Yeah.
Cannibal zombie dwarves.
Angry icy terrain.
Okay.
Or cannibal zombie dwarves.
Okay.
So, at this information, Vord nods. Well, all forces are on high alert for impending attack here. Wyvern riders and air units, we need eyes on the Torusk Pass, in case the city is indeed moving, as they say. The High Hierophant will aid in transporting advanced scouts to the base of the Zenwiks. We would wish you be part of this if you are willing and able. Gathering information and seeking weakness to exploit are the key. Vox Machina, you are our focused stealth strike force.
Oh. Yeah. We're mostly really good at that. Mostly.
Yeah.
We're pretty good. If you indeed carry the boons that your Lady Pike has mentioned, then we need to keep Vecna and his force occupied to grant you entry. And we can do that. And I certainly hope, with the strength of our numbers, that there is no way that he can see you coming. On the distant end of the central chamber here, a familiar voice echoes throughout the hallway.
Oh, but I do. Worm groveler.
But the ring, man. We just got the ring.
We just got the ring. Okay. Vecna called High Bearer Vord Worm Groveler, which honestly kinda facts. Can't disagree with him there.
We haven't attuned to it yet.
Oh!
And with that, we're gonna go ahead and take our break.
Okay. You didn't attune to it yet. High Bearer Vord didn't mention that it needed attunement. Come on. Whatever. I'm done with Vecna, man. The villain that is everywhere and hears everything and knows all and he can get anywhere he wants. Whatever. Fucking him being there is like, okay, sure, I guess he's there. I don't know, fucking what do you want from me? You want me to be surprised about this? He keeps showing up fucking everywhere. Like, why do I care if he's in this place now? Oh. You tell I have an opinion about Vecna's ability to listen to everything and be everywhere. It's not a good one. I wonder what Mega will think of the ring moment. To me, it's style over substance. And that's fine. A certain amount of people can be allotted a certain amount of style. But it is, yeah. I would call it style over substance. I don't think it like does anything particularly interesting, and I think it undermines a lot of possibilities for the future, but I don't know, whatever. Sick burn. DM scam. Allocating those persuasion checks and stuff off screen. Yeah, even if I thought it was BS and I never questioned Matt beforehand. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not that big a deal. It's just, I don't know. It's wanting a moment and then coming up with a mechanical rationale for why that moment occurred, even if the mechanical rationale is a little bit ungrounded. I remember there was a time earlier that I thought this about, that I was kind of rolling my eyes. I think it was about Vecna as well. Oh, it was about Vecna ascending, but then he still has like a second stage. Also style over substance. I think Matt's doing a lot of style over substance with Vecna. But, you know, I can kind of give it to him because even with the factors that I think are style over substance, there's still quite a lot of substance to go around. So I'm willing to let Matt have some, you know. I'm willing to say, all right, you get some treats. That's fine. If you want to have these moments, that's okay. You know, you're putting up the good strategies, the good content. Otherwise, you can, you know, have a moment that's just for you. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah. If it needs attuned, Ford should have kept it and handed it over later. Yeah. And like, assumingly, it still is attuned to Ford. So, like, does the ring only work when it is being worn by the person it's attuned to? Because it's still, like, 5 feet away from Vord. Like, does it stop working if he hands it over? Why would he have done that? Why would he not just hand it over later? Why not hand it over, like, right before they left? I don't know. Which, I think the answer is just Matt wanted the moment, which is fine. Whatever. As Matt chose to have the PC to give away the ring that theoretically was protecting them before the meeting ends, it was ultimately just him wanting to do the bit. Yeah. I don't know. It's not that big a deal. There's, it exacerbates the qualities of Vecna that I don't care for, personally. But ultimately, DM's got to have their cookies, too. I think it's better if you can make your cookie or your treat something that, is also good from the player perspective and has some substance to it. But, if you just want a moment and you want that kind of cinematic feel to it, I don't know. I don't care that much. It's a small moment. Vecna could have popped in at any point. I mean, the ring only presumably protects them from him scrying on them, right? Like, he still could pop in whenever he wanted. Which is honestly my bigger issue with Vecna, is that you can just like, boop, oh, I'm here. I don't know. Whatever. There's enough else good going on that I don't feel that negatively about it. It's a bit of an eye roll moment, and then we move on. Yeah. Because the other guy took it off and presumably hadn't attuned to it, yeah. It makes the NPCs look like dumbasses, which would be fine if this wasn't a world leader who's supposed to be somewhat capable. Honestly, I kind of think Vord might be a dumbass. Like, I don't know. All the interactions that we've had with him have not, like, presented him as, like, this super capable mind. The way that I view Vasselheim, which this is reinforcing. So, I mean, I don't know if this is how Matt wants me to view Vasselheim, but I mostly view Vasselheim as a fat, opulent cow that has lost its edge, like, in kind of every way. Especially after reading the Tal'Dorei campaign guide. Holy shit. I've got some ideas about Vasselheim. But I think, like, currently, they are the softest they've ever been. And there is nothing that has happened in Vasselheim that has dissuaded me of that idea or that fact. I think they are, like, at the end. There's, like, the phrase, which I don't, like, ascribe fully to this phrase, but it's like, soft men make soft times make hard men. Soft times make soft times make soft men make hard times make hard men make soft times, etc., etc., etc. It's like supposed to be like the absorb, like, the cycle of, like, how disaster response kind of goes throughout history. And again, I don't fully ascribe to that. It's a little bit too great man theory adjacent for my taste. But I think that, like, Vasselheim is, like, at the end of, like, an opulence cycle. Like, they've gotten further and further away to any sort of legitimate threat to them, that they are fully willing to let Iman burn under the fires of the Chroma Conclave, and yet fully expect everyone to jump heel when there is a threat that is threatening Vasselheim. They are also the military minds that are like, we should give up our incredibly defensive position and expose all of our troops because it'll be surprising. It'll be surprising, so we should give up our entire advantage and, like, meet them on open fields and line up in lines and shoot at each other with muskets like real men, like the heroes of old. You think the heroes of old had big-ass walls? And I would say, no, I don't think they did, but also, I think if the heroes of old were here, they would hide behind the walls. Sorry, that's my opinion. I don't know. I think Vasselheim is broadly full of, like, soft, fat, opulent, soft boys. Like, I think they are narcissistic and egotistical and, like, kind of think that nothing that they think could fail. So it's like, making Ford look like a dumbass. Like, it's not exactly how I picture him. Like, I would expect him to not hand over the ring, but him looking like a dumbass isn't that far off in my head from how I perceive him. So, yeah. It makes it, oh wait, yeah. I'm now imagining what a cow with edge would look like. It's a bull. The fucking, what is it? The running with the bulls? Those kind of bulls. The fucking horns. I think that's what a cow with an edge looks like. But I think Vasselheim is fat and lazy. That's what I think. Yeah, which he jumped on because live show. Yeah. I'm sure Matt did not plan to until one of the players asked a question that brought it up, which he jumped on because live show. Yeah. Like, we're talking about, like, I think he wanted the bit. And, like, I think that the live show of it all is even more of an encouragement to have those moments, right? Those moments of, whoa. It's a big twist, even if it doesn't make as much sense. Yeah. He's no war leader or mastermind, but he is a major organization. He should be somewhat capable. Maybe. Like, I don't know, the fucking platinum sect, like the cult of Bahamut does not seem that capable from my perspective. Like, they just sent Kima off with a couple of folks and then didn't even check in on her. Right, like, Allura was the one that had to hire Vox Machina to go and rescue Kima. Highbearer Vord was more than willing to just throw away 5 paladins off of, like, a random vision that he had. And, like, not give a shit whether they came back or not. And then be kind of sassy to Vox Machina, who not only rescued his paladin, but, took down Kavard. And brought back the horn. Now, admittedly, he did open up the tomb and whatever, but also they're letting that tomb just totally like rot and wither. They're not keeping up the security down there. Unless fucking Arasta of the Endless Web, ass-looking spider, that's down there is like, I don't know, they're like cultivating it? I don't think they are. I don't know. No, like Like, I think this is, like, a failing organization, broadly. I think that, like, most... And, I mean, we even have some evidence of that with the Raven Queen. Like, maybe every cult in Vasselheim is not failing, but the Raven Queen cult is absolutely in decline. Marrowglade Lock is in ruins. We have Sarenrae has totally lost her entire base of worship until Pike came along. And even Ioun. We're talking about, like, an Ioun... sort of revival, and they talk about it in the Tal'Dorei guide, but the way that Ioun's worship has been revived was by the monks of the Cobalt Soul in Westrun, as far as I'm aware. The Cobalt Reserve has not expanded or reformed in any way. Like, Tal'Dorei is more responsible for any amount of revitalization in Vasselheim than Vasselheim is. Just point blank period, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Cord can't even fucking talk to his god anymore. What the fuck is that about? He's like, oh, I do some shit and I get some signs. Bitch, Pike is having one-on-one fucking lunches with Sarenrae. The Raven Queen is going into Vax's dreams all the time. She's reviving him. She's giving him superpowers. What the fuck has Cord got? He's reading the fucking the bones. He's finding the wheel and woe. Like, maybe that's okay, but I mean, is it what the champions of Cord of old were able to do? I don't think so. I think all of the cults in Vasselheim are in decline. Maybe with the exception of Melora. But that's, I think largely because we just don't know a lot about it. And maybe it will be in decline now that we've buried Senekir's wife's ashes there. Big explosion. Big disruption. Oh no, what do they do? I'm just saying. So no, I think Vasselheim is an empire in decline broadly, and I think that Tal'Dorei is a rising power, ready to take its place, with people like Allura at the forefront. And I mean, this isn't even to get into the fact of like how kind of regressive Vasselheim is in some ways, and how Tal'Dorei is much more willing to work within more progressive styles and technologies, right? They have Golemancy that people are researching. They have Allura, who's willing to use the Heartstones, which are like fucking Age of Arcana magic. Like, they have a much more practical view of governing and threat assessment and threat disposal than Vasselheim does. Vasselheim's strategy thus far has been to hide behind its walls. We got told that directly when the Chroma Conclave shit was happening. And it's so interesting how they'll hide behind their walls during the Chroma Conclave, but now that something's actually threatening them, now the walls aren't such a big deal. We'll go outside of them. We'll risk our lives outside the walls, even though those were the dragon-repelling walls that we were so proud of. I got feelings about Vasselheim, I'll tell you that. So to give a cow an edge, you need a sex change? Well, I was saying cows. Bovines broadly. I think they're a fat bovine. They could be a fat bull. That's fine. They're not a lean fucking... they're not a fucking scrappy bull. No shot. Tal'Dorei is the scrappy bull. And I think that Ank'Harel is like an older power that has not gotten complacent, right? I think Ank'Harel and Jamon are moving into the new era with an eye on the future, not an eye on the past. Now, do I think that their strategy will work? The strategy of the secret police? I don't know about that. But I think they're at least trying to progress and move forward, and they're not stuck in the past like Vasselheim is. And stuck within their own, like, sense of greatness. I think that's the big thing with Jamon, is that he's not, like, resting on his laurels, even though he fucking deserves to, out of everyone in the story. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Thank you very much. People in power aren't inherently capable. There's plenty of case studies of that. Side Eyes America. Hey, whoa. What? What? People that get voted into power aren't inherently capable, and there can maybe be like corruption and nepotism and even just egocentric tribalism that can produce cyclical power structures that are inherently self-destructive. That sounds ridiculous. The giant spider's an employee and a valued member of the team. That's my bad. I didn't clock that about the giant spider. That's on me. That's on me. Anyways, I gotta go. My voice is going. We got through half an episode. Let's go. And I will see you next time. Probably next Monday, if I had to guess. Maybe Friday. I'd give it like a 2 out of 10 chance that it's on Friday. Could be. But probably next Monday. And thank you very much for joining. I enjoyed talking to y'all. Like and subscribe. Goodbye.